Hello and welcome to ASP.NET Core Identity with Angular JWT email confirmation. My name is Shayan Wage and I will be your instructor for this course. In this course, we are going to build a complete real-world application from scratch. We will be using ASP.NET Core Identity using .NET 7 Web API as a server side and Angular 15 as the client side. And then we are learning about JWT authentication and authorization with roles and policy. We are learning about ASP.NET User Manager, Role Manager, and Sign-in Manager. And we are making use of Entity Framework Core to create our database and apply migration, and finally seed the database. We are going to do a full implementation of user registration, login, email confirmation, forgot username or password, and reset password. Then we are going to learn how to sign up and sign in using third-party applications such as Google and Facebook account. We are going to develop our client application using Angular components, and we are going to learn about form validation, interceptor, npm package installation, Angular service, and ngx-bootstrap. Then we will be using Angular auth guard and role-based restriction in order to prevent any unauthorized user to access to some certain point of the Angular part. And then we are going to implement admin panel to create and edit members, lock and unlock members. And finally, we will be deploying and publishing the end product of our application to Azure. And our application will be live and accessible to the internet. Let's talk about technologies and applications we are going to use in this course. In this course, in terms of technology, we are using .NET 7 Web API and Angular 15. And in terms of applications, we are using from Visual Studio the community version and Visual Studio Code, SQL Server, and Microsoft SQL Server Management. And we are making use of Postman in order to test our APIs. And finally, we are making use of Azure Portal in order to deploy our application. Let's have a demo of our end result of the application. So this is the application that we are going to create in this course. First of all, if I try to log in, then we can see form validation here. And we have to populate the form in order to be able to log in. So I populate my form. And if I put invalid password, then I can see invalid username or password. So I make the correction for my password and I try to log in. And I have been logged in as a player, and the player can see play button over here. And once they click here, they can see only authorized user can view players. And if I log out, then this time I'm going to log in as an admin. So I try to log in. And when I click on login, then I have been logged in as an admin. And as an admin, we can see an extra button over here. So if I click admin, then the admin is capable of managing all the members. And the admin can create a new member or edit an existing member. So for example, if I click on edit for the player at example.com, then I can see update a member and I can assign different roles to this player. So I can make this player as the manager and change the first name to Tom. And if I hit update, then I can see player at example has been updated. And over here, I can see the roles for player at example.com is player, manager. And the admin also can lock a user. So for example, if I lock player, then I can see player at example.com member has been locked. And then if I log out from admin and I try to log in as a player, then I can see your account has been locked. You should wait until some certain time in order to be logged in. So the player account has been locked and he has to wait until this time in order to be able to log in. So if I try to log in back as an admin, then I can go to admin panel and unlock my player. So I can see player at example.com member has been unlocked. And if I log out and I try to log in with player, then I can now log into my account. And if the player tries to access to the admin panel, so if I type the admin panel over here inside the URL, then I can see admin area, leave now. So we are using auth guard for making restriction for user-based roles. And I'm going to log out from my player, and then let's try to create an account. So if I hit create an account, then we are going to have form validation for our registration. And then I have to fill up all the information. Then if I hit create account, I can see your account has been created. Please confirm your email address. So whenever a user is trying to register, they have to confirm their email address. Otherwise, they cannot log in. So if I hit OK and I try to log in with the account that I created, then I can see please confirm your email because this email has not been confirmed yet. And then if I check my inbox, then I can see identity app, confirm your email. So I have received an email. Hello, Adam Jackson. Please confirm your email address by clicking on the following link. So if I click on the following link, then I can see email confirmed. Your email address is confirmed. You can log in now. And if I click OK and log in, then I should be able to log in. So any user is trying to register to our application, they have to confirm their email address. And I can click logout. And if this user has forgotten his username or password, then they can click on login and there is a link over here, forgot username or password. So the user has to put their email address over here. And if I click on send, then I can see forgot username or password, email sent. And if I check my inbox, so I have one more inbox and I can see forgot username or password. And if I open, I can see, hello, Adam Jackson, username is this. In order to reset your password, please click on the following link. So if I click on the following link, then I have the ability to change my password. And I'm going to change my password from here. And in addition to creating an account using our application, so if I create account, and this time I'm trying to sign up with Google using my own Gmail account. Then if I click on sign up with Google, now I need to log in with my own Gmail account. So now I use another account and I'm going to put my email address. And as soon as I have been authorized by Gmail, then I can see an access token over here. And this access token is coming from Google authorization. Now I can see creating an account using your Google. So I can complete the registration by putting first name and last name. Then I hit create account and I can see hi Peter. So if I log out and if I click on login again, and this time I'm going to sign in with the Google account that I have been registered with. So I click on sign in with Google and I choose the account that I have created, my account. Then I can see hi Peter. So I have been successfully logged in to my application using my Gmail account. And if I click logout, and this time I'm going to make a use of Facebook. So if I click on Facebook, now I need to provide the email address for my Facebook account. So I have been logged in with my Facebook account, and if I try to log in, then I have been successfully authorized by Facebook and I can see the access token that has been returned back from the Facebook. And then I need to fill up the first name and last name in order to complete my registration. So I hit create account and then I can see hi Ben and I'm going to log out and then I try to log in with the Facebook account that I have created. So if I click on Facebook, then I can see hi Ben and this time I have been logging through my Facebook account. So I'm going to log out and I'm going to log in as an admin and I'm going to display the admin portal. So I click on admin and I can see all the members available to my application and I can remove any members that I wish to do. So for example, I'm going to remove this account. If I hit delete, then I have to click on yes. And once I click yes, then I can see deleted. Member of crazy8546gmail.com has been deleted. And this application has been published to Azure portal. At the top, I can see identity app udemy.azurewebsite.net. Okay, we have done the application demo. Then let's talk about what are the prerequisites for taking this course. In order to take this course, you need to have at least 1 year of web application programming experience with ASP.NET API and Angular. And you need to have experience with Entity Framework as well. And you need to have some basic SQL Server knowledge. This course is not designed for an absolute beginner. But if you don't have 1 year of experience and you are still willing to take this course, then sure, go ahead and take this course, as I am starting from scratch and explaining everything as detailed as possible. And let's talk about who is this course for. So this course is for individuals who are interested in leveraging their knowledge of .NET Core and Angular to develop an application that simulates a real-world user registration and login scenario. And this course is also for those who are seeking into learning deep knowledge about ASP.NET Identity and use those in their own programming career or their own web application project. And this course is also for those who are interested in gaining knowledge from my own programming experience, which I acquired through years of industrial experience. I am super excited to be your instructor and teach you some practical knowledge. Thank you for checking out this course, and I hope to see you in my course. Let's start to develop our app by creating a project. So we open Visual Studio 2022 and then we click on create a new project. So from here I'm gonna choose Web API. I select this one. So make sure to select ASP.NET Core Web API and then I hit next. Then I choose my folder, and for the project I name it as API, and for the solution I name it as Identity App. Then I hit next and I choose .NET 7 standard term, and with all these settings I hit create. Okay, my project has been created, so I can start my project here, and if I start, the Swagger will pop up. So I click on advanced and accept the risk and continue because it is HTTPS. Then if I hit get and try it out, then I can see the weather forecast is coming up. So I close this. So we're not going to use weather forecast, so I remove it right away. And from the controller, I'm gonna remove weather forecast controller as well. Then I double click on API in order to go to the CS proj. So I'm not going to use any nullable enable or implicit using, so I make both of them to disable. And I save the file, and when I save this file, I'm gonna have some error. So if I open my program.cs, I need to bring the namespace. So I put my cursor on web application and then I hit control dot, and then it prompts me using Microsoft ASP.NET Builder. So I do that, and then for any other red messages, I'm gonna do the same. So I need to bring the proper namespace for those things as well, since I have removed or disabled my implicit usings. Then after this, I open my properties and launch settings. So this is where we are going to see the URL of our application. I'm not going to use any HTTPS for development. So for the development, we are going to use only HTTP to make everything as simple as possible. So I grab this and I remove HTTPS. And for our application, we're not going to use Swagger. We're going to use Postman to test our APIs. So I'm gonna just make this false. And once I save my files, I can see my HTTPS has been changed to HTTP, and inside the dropdown I have only the option of HTTP, IS Express, and WSL. So I don't see HTTPS in here anymore. And we're going to run our application using HTTP only. And I close all the tabs. And just from the beginning, I would like to push my application to GitHub in order to make our application save on a repository. So I navigate to my GitHub account. And from here, I click on New. I need to choose a repository name in here. So I name it as Identity App, the same as the solution name. And I'm going to make it public. And then I create repository. So from here, I need to follow up these commands. So I open my command prompt inside my projects. I navigate to my project. And from here, I click on here if you're using Windows. And then I type cmd. Before following these commands, I would like to create a .NET gitignore file. So in order to do that, I just type .NET new gitignore. And this will go ahead and create my gitignore file. So if I open my project from the folder, I can see gitignore has been created. And if I open this gitignore file, I can see all the folders or extensions that are going to be ignored in order to be pushed to the GitHub. Okay, let's push our project to GitHub. So I open my command prompt from the folder, and then I type git init in order to initialize the repository. Then I type git add dot. So when I put git add dot, it's going to add all the files inside this directory or folder. And then I type git commit -m API project created. Then I hit enter, and then I type git branch -m main. Then I'm going to copy this and I paste it in here. And then I copy the last command and I paste it in here. And you might sign in with your browser. So I can see authentication succeeded. And then if I navigate to my GitHub and if I refresh, I can see my project has been pushed to my Git repository. So I don't see it over here. So in order to see my GitHub is already in here, I can just close my Visual Studio and open it again. So if I close and I open my Identity App solution once again, now I can see my project has been linked to the GitHub, and I should see main over here as well. In order to begin, we need to install some packages. For this application, we're going to use ASP.NET Core Identity. I right click on API project and then I choose Manage Nuget Packages. And I click on Browse. From here, I'm going to install the first package, that is Microsoft Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. So for our application, we're going to use SQL Server as a database. So I choose this one. So if you don't see it in here, just search for SQL Server. And from the menu, you can see Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. I hit install. The next package is tools. So if I search for tools and if I look for Microsoft Entity Framework Core tools, I can see this package in here. So I hit install, and this package is going to be used for adding migration to our database. I click OK and I accept. Next package is JWT Bearer. So we're going to use Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication.jwt bearer in order to authenticate the user. So I select this one and I install this package. And then I hit OK. The next package is JWT. So if I search for JWT, I can see system.identitymodel.tokens.jwt. And I choose the latest version and I install. And the last package that we're going to install in here is Identity Entity Framework Core. So I type identity and I should look for Entity Framework Core. So from here I can find Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity.entity framework core. So I choose this one and I select the latest version and I install. And just one thing about this versioning, since I am using .NET 7 as my .NET version, so from here I can see .NET 7 is the version of the .NET that I'm using for this application. And this has to match exactly the first number of the package you're going to install. For example, if you're using .NET 6, then this should be selected from 6 version, not the 7 version. So I select this one and I install. So if I navigate to my CS project file, I can see the packages that I have installed. So just a quick comment about this. This package is going to let us to authenticate the user using JWT. And the next package is Identity Entity Framework Core. So this package is going to let us to derive our DB context from identity DB context. And the next package is Microsoft Entity Framework Core SQL Server. This package is going to let us to connect to our SQL Server and create or update table inside our SQL Server. And the next package that we have installed is Microsoft Entity Framework Core Tools. And this package is going to let us to add migrations to our SQL Server. And the last package that we have installed is tokens.jwt. This package is going to let us to create token and validate the JSON web tokens. Here I reformat everything and then I hit save. After installing our packages, then we need to create our user model. So I'm going to create a new folder and I name it as models. And I have a user class. So I create a C# class and I name it as user. And my user class is deriving from identity user, which is from Microsoft ASP.NET identity. So I need to put my cursor and control dot in order to bring Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity. This class has been defined by Microsoft ASP.NET Core and it's going to have some properties inside. So if I navigate to that, if I right click and go to definition, I can see it has some properties such as ID, username, normalized username, email. So everything that has been configured by Microsoft. So our user is deriving from this class. And I'm going to add more property into that. So I'm gonna do prop and I press tab. And the first thing is first name. And the second property is last name. And the last property is date time, date created. And I'm going to assign it to datetime.utc now. And I'm going to make this property required. So I put required data annotation on top of first name and last name, since they are both string. So whenever there is a string property, it can be null, but I want them to be not null, so I put the required data annotation. And since this is a datetime, it is going to be required by default. After creating our model, then I'm going to create my context. So I create a new folder and I name it as data. Then inside data, I'm going to have a class and I name it as context. So my context is deriving from identity DB context. Why this derives from identity DB context? Because this is a base class for the entity framework core database context used for identity. And since we're using Microsoft ASP.NET identity. So I need to derive from identity DB context rather than DB context. And for here, I'm going to provide the type, and that the type is going to be the user. So basically it takes the user model, and since I have a user class and which is deriving from identity user, I need to pass it over here. Then I'm going to have a constructor, and inside my constructor I have DB context options, and I pass context and I name it as options, and I pass the option to the base. Then the next step is to configure our database inside our service. So I open my program.cs, and below this line of code I'm going to have builder.services.add DB context, and I pass my context, and then I'm going to have options, and inside options I'm going to have use SQL Server since we are using SQL Server as our database, and then I'm going to pass the connection string. So the way we do is builder.configuration.get connection string, and I name it as default connection, and I put semicolon at the end. So we need to provide the default connection inside our app settings. So since we are in development mode, I'm going to choose app settings.development.json. I open this file. Then in here, I'm going to have another section called connection strings. So be careful of the naming. This has to match connection strings with plural. Then put the curly brace. Then I have default connection, and in here I'm going to have server equals localhost. So my default connection string is server as localhost, and the database that we're going to use is identity app. So in here I have trusted connection string equals true. Then I have multiple active result sets equals true, and trust server certificate true. In order to get the server name, we need to open our SQL Server Management Studio, and whatever you're seeing in the inside server name, that's going to be your server name. So I need to copy this, and instead of localhost, I need to paste whatever that's from here. So you need to be able to connect with your server name. So if I press connect, I can see I have been connected to my database. Then with this, I'm going to add my first migration. So I save everything, and then package manager console, and inside here I type add migration, and I name it as adding user to database. Then I'm going to target into a new location, so I put -o, then data and / migrations. So I'm going to put my migrations folder inside my data folder. So I press enter, and I can see migration has been created inside data folder, and this is the table that is going to be built after we update our database. So we have ASP.NET users, and these are the 3 properties that we have added extra to our ASP.NET users, and the rest is all default Microsoft ASP.NET tables, such as ASP.NET claims, ASP.NET logins, ASP.NET roles. So all these classes are coming from Microsoft ASP.NET Core Identity. And after this, I'm going to update my database. So I put update database. So this will go ahead and create our database for us. So if I open my SQL Server Management, and if I refresh here, then I can see my identity app has been created. So I can see it has some default Microsoft Identity Core tables, such as ASP.NET users, ASP.NET roles. In this video, I would like to add my Identity Core services to my program.cs. So I open my program.cs, and after my add DB context, then I'm going to add builder.services.add identity core, and then I pass the user class that I just created. So I'm going to bring the namespace, and then I open parentheses and then options, and inside options I'm going to configure the password requirements. So for example, we have options.password.required length 6, and then I have options.password.required digit false. Then I have options.password.required lowercase false, and as well as I have options.password.require uppercase false, and I have password.require non-alphanumeric false, and I have options.signin.require confirm email, and this is going to be true. Then I put the semicolon here. So this is defining our service. So this is for defining our identity core service. And these are the requirements for password. So if I don't specify all this, then by default it's going to have some default password requirements, such as it requires a digit value, it requires a lowercase, it requires uppercase. So based on your application, you can configure your password configuration. But I'm going to make it as simple as possible, so I set everything to off except the required password length. We're going to accept minimum 6 characters for our password. And later in this course, we're going to have email confirmation. So that's why I have options.signin require confirm to true. Then after here, I'm going to have add roles, and the class is identity role. And I need to bring identity role from Microsoft ASP.NET Core. Then I have add role manager. Then I have role manager identity role. Then I have add entity framework stores, and this is going to be context. And then I'm going to have add sign in manager, and I pass sign in manager, and this takes a type, and the type is user. Then I have add user manager and user manager, and then we have user as a type. And the last thing is add default token providers. So the first thing is allowing us to add roles. The second one is allowing us to make a use of role manager in order to create roles. And the third one is providing our context for identity core. And the fourth one is to make a use of sign-in manager in order to sign the user in. And the fifth one is to let us to make a use of user manager in order to create users. And the last one is in order to create some tokens for email confirmation. Along adding our identity core as a service, I have added extra services in order to make a full use of Microsoft ASP.NET Core Identity. So I have add roles manager, I have sign-in manager, and I have user manager. And then I'm going to make a use of some token creation for email confirmation. So it's time to create our JWT services. So I right click on API and I create a new folder and I name it as services. Then inside here, I'm going to create a new class and I name it as JWTService. So in this class, we're going to have public string create JWT, and this takes a argument which is user. So I need to bring my API.models and I name it as user. And it returns a string, which is our JWT. But before that, we need to inject some configuration. So I create a constructor, and in here I have iConfiguration, and I name it as config. Then I'm going to initialize my config. So over here I press Ctrl dot, and then I hit this one, create and assign field underscore config. If you could not find this option, so that's because you need to add that into your Visual Studio. So in order to do that, you need to click on Tools and Options. Then from here, choose Text Editor, then choose C# and choose Code Style, and then choose Naming. Then in here, you need to click on Manage Naming Styles, and then hit plus. Then in here, name it as private field, and then inside require prefix, just put underscore, and then use camel case, and hit OK. So since I already have that, this is what I'm going to have. So I have a private fields and underscore, and this is camel case. And hit OK, and then hit OK as well. And then you need to add a new specification. So you have to click on plus. And then from here, choose private or internal fields. And from here, choose whatever you have named it or created just right now. And then make it as suggestion. So since I have it already here, I'm going to delete this one, and then once this is done, hit OK. And after you have followed those instructions, then if I put my cursor over here and I press Ctrl dot, then I can see create and assign field. So this is going to create a private read only, and it puts underscore beside my private fields property. Then I'm going to have another private read only field. So I type private read only, and this is going to be symmetric security key, and I name it as JWT key. And my JWT key is going to be new symmetric security key encoding. So I need to bring system.text .utf8.get bytes, and then I put underscore config, and I'm going to have JWT section, and I take the key. So I'm going to take my key from my app settings.development.json. Okay, now we need to create our JWT key. So I open my browser, and inside Google I just type random key generator, and the first link I'm gonna open this. Then from here I'm gonna select this one from 256-bit key generated. So any random key is sufficient. So I copy this one, and I navigate back to my Visual Studio, and I open my app setting.development.json. And then after here I put comma, and I type JWT, then colon, and I put curly brace, then key, colon, and I paste that random key that I copied. Then I have expires in days. So for development I put 15 days, and then issuer, colon, and for the issuer we need the URL for the API. So I open my launch settings.json, and from HTTP I copy this. This is the URL of our development API, and I head back to my app settings.development.json, and inside quotation I paste the URL. So if I open my JWTService, from here I can see we are going to take the key from app settings.json, and since we are using development, so it automatically takes from app settings.development.json, but from production it's going to take from app settings.json. That's why we have specified our values inside app settings.development.json, since we are doing our development for now. And then it's going to look for JWT section, and from that section it's going to look for key section. So from JWT section, then inside JWT section, it's going to look for key section. And from the key section, it's going to take this, whatever the value is inside here. So it's going to paste that value in here, and get bytes is taking a string as an argument, then it converts to byte array, and this symmetric security key is taking byte array. That's why we are using encoding.utf8.getBytes. So basically this transfer my string of key into byte arrays, and then symmetric security key is going to create a key for us, and it's going to put it inside our underscore JWT key. And with this JWT key, we are going to both encrypt and decrypt the JSON web token. And after here, I'm going to have var user claims equals new list claim, and then I'm going to assign some claims inside there. So I open and close curly brace. The first claim I'm going to have is new claim types dot name identifier, then user dot ID. So I'm gonna copy this 2 more times, and the next one is going to be email, and this is user dot email, and the next one is going to be given name. So this is going to be first name, and the last one is going to be surname, and of course it's going to be the last name. I remove this extra line and then I put semicolon. And then I'm going to have var credentials equals new sign in credentials, and then I'm going to pass my key, so it's going to take a key and the algorithm. So for my key is underscore JWT, whatever we have populated over here, and then I put comma, and then we have security algorithm dot hmacsha 512 signature. Then we are going to have var token descriptor equals new security token descriptor. Then I open and close curly brace. So for the subject, we are going to have new claims identity, and I pass my user claims that I have assigned here. So I copy and paste over here. Then I put a comma, expires is date time dot UTC now dot add days, and I'm going to have int dot parse, and I pass my config, and from config I'm going to have again JWT section and expires in days. Then I put comma, then we have sign in credentials is credentials, and we have issuer is again underscore config JWT and issuer, and I put semicolon over here. And after this, we are going to have var token handler is new JWT security token handler. Then we have var JWT is token handler dot create token, and we pass the token descriptor. And finally, we have return token handler dot write token, and we pass the JWT. Now I would like to explain what I'm doing over here. So at first, I'm going to have a constructor, and inside my constructor, I'm going to have iConfiguration injected inside this class. Then inside my constructor, I'm going to have a JWT key provided by whatever values we have put over here. So we are going to have JWT key, and this key is going to be used for both encrypting and decrypting the tokens. Then inside my create JWT method, I'm going to receive an argument of type user. Then I'm going to have some claims inside my token. So whenever we are creating a JWT token, we are going to have some claims inside that token. What kind of claims are we going to have inside that token? The first one is the user ID, and we place it inside name identifier. The second one is email, and the third is given name, and the fourth is surname. And we simply can create a new claim like this. So if I put new claim, and if I want to have my own name, I'm going to have my own claim name and whatever value you would like to put. This is the value. So for demo, I'm going to display this, but I'm going to remove it later on. And after this, we are going to have the credential. So this credential is new sign-in credential. And this sign-in credential is coming from system.identitymodel.tokens.jwt, the package that we have installed. And this sign-in credential is going to take a key and then the algorithm. So based on what algorithm is going to generate our credentials. So we pass the HMAC 512. So this is the most secure algorithm so far to generate a credential. And then after that, we are going to have token descriptor. So this is basically our description of our token. So inside our token description, we are going to have a subject, and this is going to take claims identity. And this claims identity is going to take user claims. So this user claims is list of claim, and we have assigned 5 claims inside our tokens. So inside our subject, we are going to have all these values. Then our token will be expired in some days. So we have specified over here. So we said datetime.utcnow.addDays. And then we get the value from our app settings.development.json. I have that value over here, expires in days. And this is going to be 15 days for development. Since that is a string, we need to parse it to integer. That's why I have used int.parse. So this will convert string into integer. Then we have a sign-in credential, and our sign-in credential is whatever we have specified over here based on the JWT key and the algorithm. And then we have our issuer. So inside our token, we are going to have an issuer, and the value for the issuer is going to be taken from app settings.development.json and from issuer section. And for the issuer section, we have just put the URL of our API application. That's why I have copied this, our API URL, inside our issuer. And then inside our JWT service, I'm going to retrieve that from my app settings.development.json. But for the production, we are going to look for app settings.json rather than app settings.development.json. Then we are going to have a token handler, and we are going to create our token based on the descriptor, and we are going to return our token to whatever is going to call this method. So now we need to provide our JWTService class inside our program.cs in order to be able to do dependency injection for our JWT service. So I open my program.cs, and after my builder.service.add context, I'm going to have builder.services.add-scope. Then I pass my JWT service class, and I close by semicolon. So by this line of code, we will be able to inject our JWT service inside our controllers. And I save everything. And finally, we need to implement the authentication service inside our program.cs. So after my builder.service add identity core, just after here, I'm going to have builder.services.add authentication. Then in here, I'm going to have JWT bearer defaults, and I need to bring from Microsoft ASP.NET Core authentication.jwt bearer, the package that we have installed earlier. Then I have authentication scheme, and after here, I'm going to have a dot add JWT bearer, and we are going to have options, and I open and close curly brace, and inside options, we are going to have token validation parameters is new token validation parameters. So I select this one, and then I open and close curly brace again, and then we have validate issuer sign-in key is true, and then we have issuer sign-in key is new symmetric security key. Then we have encoding dot utf8 dot get bytes, and then we are going to take our string value of keys inside our app settings.development.json once again by using builder.configuration, and then inside configuration I put bracket and JWT colon key. And after here we are going to have valid issuer is builder.configuration from JWT section and issuer. Then we have validate issuer is true. Then we have validate audience is false. And I put semicolon at the end of these two. So first of all, we have added this line of code in order to authenticate our user by using JWT token. In order to authenticate our user using JWT. And we are going to authenticate the user using bearer. So if I hover over here, we have bearer inside here. So we are using add authenticate what type using bearer. Then we have add JWT bearer and we have options. And inside options, we have options.token validation parameters is new token validation parameter. And inside the token validation parameter, we are going to have validate issuer signing key. So we are going to tell that we need to validate our token using the JWT key that we have provided. So this line of code is telling we are going to validate token based on the key. And then we are going to tell where to find the key. So issuer signing key is new symmetric. So again, we are going to generate that key based on whatever we have over inside our app settings at development.json. So we are going to use builder.configuration, and this builder.configuration is the same as whatever we have over here, underscore config. So if I navigate back to my program.cs, we have builder.configuration, and from the JWT section, look for key section. So inside our app setting development JWT section, look for key section. And this is the key that we are going to use for both decrypting and encrypting JWT. So we pass that key, and based on that key, we are going to validate whether this JWT is valid or not. And then we are going to tell validate our issuer over here, and we are specifying the valid issuer is the URL of the server, and we have specified the URL of the server inside over here, JWT issuer. And for the validate audience, we set it to false, so we're not going to validate any audience. The audience is going to be our Angular application. So after this, we are going to add the pipeline. So in order to do that, inside our configure the HTTP request pipeline, and just before app.use authorization, we are going to have app.use authentication. So by adding this pipeline, we will be able to authenticate the user. And authentication should come before authorization. So by the terms of authentication, we verify the identity of a user, and by the term of authorization, we determine their access rights. By using use authentication, we are going to determine that whether they have logged in or not, and by the term of authorization, we are going to determine on what type of permission they're going to have to access to different routes. And we are going to use that later in this course. And then I save everything. Okay, after we configure our authentication inside program.cs, then it's time to create our very first controller. So I right click on controller, and then inside here I select controller. Then from this menu I choose API and API controller empty. And I hit add. Then for the controller name, I'm going to name it as account. So make sure this is account controller, and I hit add. The root of our controller is going to be the URL of the application /API/ the controller name, and in this case is account. So I'm going to inject some services. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a default constructor. Then the very first service we're going to inject is JWTService, the service that we have provided, and I name it as JWTService. And I'm going to initialize this. So I control that and create and assign field underscore JWT service. Then I put comma, and then the next service is going to be sign in manager. And then I pass our user as a type, and then I name it as sign in manager. And I'm going to initialize this as well. And the next service is user manager. So I select user manager and I pass user, and then I name it as user manager. And I'm going to initialize this as well. So I bring this into a new line. Our sign-in manager is responsible to sign the user in, and the user manager is responsible for creating the user. And they both are taking the type, since we're using user, and this is derived from identity user. So we are passing that user class inside the type. Then I'm going to have a private helper method. So I'm going to specify this region, private helper method, and then I end the region. So this is basically like a comment. It doesn't do any coding. So it's just for readability for the developers. And then inside here, I have private user DTO and create application user DTO. And we are going to receive a user class. And from here, we are going to return new user DTO. We don't have the user DTO at the moment over my API project, and then I create a new folder and I name it as DTOs. What's a DTO? A DTO is data transfer object, and this is a class that is going to be passed to the user or the client. If you're coming from MVC background, so this is like a view model. The view model that we are going to pass to the client. So inside my DTO, I'm going to have another folder and I name it as account. So this account folder inside DTOs is representing any DTOs that we are going to use inside our account controller. So inside my account folder, I'm going to have a class and I name it as user DTO. The same name that we have specified over here. So since we already have created that, so I can bring the namespace. So if I put my cursor over here and I press Ctrl dot, then I can see using api.dtos.account and the error goes away. So for my user DTO, I'm going to have prop string first name, prop string last name, and prop string JWT. So I head back to my account controller. Inside here, I'm going to have the first name is user.firstname, last name is user.lastname, and JWT is underscore JWTService.createToken. And I pass the user object there as well. Then above region, I'm going to have my very first endpoint, which is login. So I use HTTP post since we're posting a model to this method, and I name it as login. And over here we have public async task, action result, and user DTO. And I name it as login, and we have login DTO. And we have to create that model as well. So I name it as model, and I open and close the curly brace. So inside my account folder, I'm going to have login DTO as well. So I'm going to hit add and class, and I name it as login DTO. The login DTO will have prop of string username and prop of string password. And both of them are required, so I put required attribute on top of both of them. And then I head back to my account controller, and this error has gone. Whenever the client is trying to hit this endpoint, they are passing a model, and that model is based on login DTO. And that model will contains a username and a password, which is here. Then over here I have var user is await underscore user manager that find by name async. Then I pass my model dot username. So based on the username that the user is providing, we are trying to retrieve the user object from our database. And then if this user object is null, then we simply return unauthorized. So I say if user is null, then return unauthorized. And for the message, I say invalid username or password. And I put a semicolon. Then I'm going to check for the email confirmation. So I'm checking if user email confirm is false. Then I return unauthorized again and I say please confirm your email and I put semicolon. Then I'm going to have a var result is await sign in manager dot check password sign in async, and this takes a user object and the password. So this is model.password. And for the third argument, this is going to be lockout on failure. So we put it false for now. And then I put semicolon. Then I have if not result that succeeded. So if the user has failed to provide the proper password, then simply return unauthorized again. And we say invalid username or password. So we try not to be clear for the user whether they have input the wrong username or password. So that's why for both message we have invalid username or password. And if the user has successfully input their username and password and their email confirmation is true, then we return create application user DTO and we pass the user. So this is going to hit our private helper method, and this private helper method is going to return a user DTO, and that user DTO contains first name, last name, and JWT. And the JWT is being populated by the service that we have created in the previous videos. So a little explanation for here. We are using user manager to find a user. This find by name async is coming from Microsoft ASP.NET Core Identity. And then this will take a username, and based on the username, it's going to fetch the user from the database and provide our user object over here. And if could not find the username, that means the username is invalid. So that's why we return unauthorized. And then we're checking again if the email confirm is false. That means the user has not confirmed the email password. So we return unauthorized again. Please confirm your email. And then we have var result, and using this time from sign in manager, and we're checking for the password. And this check password sign in async is going to take a user again and the password. And for the third argument, if the user has input the false password, so it's going to lock out the user. But for now, we are just simply say don't lock out the user even though they input the wrong password. And then this result will contain some value, and if result that succeeded is false, so that's why I put a question mark, then simply return unauthorized again, invalid username or password. And if the user has input the correct password, then create the application user DTO. And for the register method, so I'm going to have HTTP post once again, and I name it as register. So this is when the user is trying to register an account for our application. So I have public async task, and this time I'm going to have iAction result, and I name it as register. And we are going to receive a register DTO, and we name it as model, and I open and close the curly brace. So we are going to create this register DTO. So I copy the name, and inside my account I'm going to have another class, and I name it as register DTO. For the register DTO, we are going to have 4 properties. The first one is first name, the second one is last name, the third one is email, and the last one is password. So we are going to use the email for both username and email. So that's why I have only one email property over here. I don't have username. So this email is going to be used for both email and the username. And I make all of them as required. So the user has to provide all these properties. For the first name and last name, I'm going to set some limit for the how many characters the user can input. So the way I do, I say string length, and I open and close parenthesis, and it's going to be 15, and min length is 3. And for the error message, I'm going to have first name must be at least and maximum characters. So I'm trying to say that the first name has the maximum of 15 characters and minimum of 3 characters. So anything below 3 or above 15. If the user has input for the first name, then they see this error message. And this 2 is referring to 3 and 1 is referring to 15 over here. Then I copy this and I'm going to have the same data annotation for last name. So instead of first name, I specify last name. And I'm gonna have for the password as well. But for the password, we are going to have, for the minimum length, we are going to have 6. And over here, I'm going to specify password must be at least 3 and maximum 15 characters. For the email, I'm going to use a regular expression. So the way I do, I say regular expression, and then I open and close the parentheses, and I put a quotation over here. And this is going to be my regular expression. And just after closing the quotation, I'm going to have an error message, and I simply say invalid email address. In order to have a regular expression for email, I open my browser and I navigate to regexlib.com. Then inside here, I put email. And if I search, then this is going to give me some regular expression for email verification. So I'm going to pick the easiest one. So I copy this regular expression and I head back to my register.dto.cs, and over here I paste that in here. Then I head back to my account controller.cs, and over here we are going to use from another private method. So I have private async task, and this returns a boolean, and check email exists async, and this takes an email address. And we are going to make a use of user manager. So I say await user manager dot users dot any async, and we have an expression. So x goes to x dot email is email dot to lower, and I put semicolon. So there's a typo, so I put check email async, and this private method is going to make a use of user manager, and from the user class we are going to return a boolean whether true or false if this expression is true, and if this finds any email address, then it returns true. If it doesn't find any email address, then it returns false. And we are going to check if the user going to register with the same email address that has already been registered. So over here I'm going to have if await check email exists async, and I pass model.email. If that's true, then return a bad request, and we say, and inside here I'm going to use string interpolation. So I put $sign and I put the quotation, and in here we have an existing account is using, and I put the curly brace, and inside the bracket I'm going to put model.email. Then I put comma email address. Please try with another email address, and I put semicolon. So I simply return this message and I say an existing account is using the same email address that the user has posted to this method, and please try with another email address. If the email does not exist in our record, then we say var user to add is new user object. And for the first name, we are going to have model.firstname. And for all the properties, we are going to convert to lowercase. So if the user has some uppercase for the first name or last name, we are convert everything to lowercase. And for the last name, we have model.lastname.toLower, and username is model.email.toLower, and the email is model.email.toLower. Again, we are using the email address for both username and email address. And for now, we are going to have email confirm is true, because we are going to handle email confirmation in the upcoming videos. But for now, we simply say the email confirm is true, and then I put semicolon. Then I'm going to have var result is await user manager that create async, and we pass the user to add and model.password. So we are going to create a user based on the object that we have created and the password that we have. Then we check if not succeeded the result, then return bad request, and we simply pass result dot
errors. And if everything goes well, then return OK. Your account has been created. You can log in. So with this, our register method has been finished. If I open my SQL management, if I open my identity app database and inside ASP.NET users, if I hit select top 1000, then we don't have any record at the moment. But if the user is providing some value over here, and this method is going to create a new row inside my ASP.NET users. Now it's time to test our API controller. So I run my application and I'm going to open my postman. Then inside here, it's better if you log in inside the postman application and you can see whether you have login or not over here. And then inside the collection, I'm going to use a new collection. So I click on new and then I click on collection. And for the collection, I'm name it as my application, identity app. And then I open here and then I'm going to add a folder. My folder is going to be account. So this account is representing our account controller. For the first request, I'm going to add a request and I have register. This is a post method, so I select post. And for the URL, I'm going to copy my URL from launch settings. So I copy this and inside here, I paste it over here and I put / API account and then / register. Then for the body, I click on body and I choose raw, and from here I choose JSON. Then we have to provide a JSON body. So, and that JSON body is going to represent our register DTO. So if I open my register DTO, we are going to have first name, last name, email, and password. So for the first name, we have John, and for the last name, we have Smith, and for the email, we have jsmith@example.com. Then for the password, we have 123456. And if I put a breakpoint inside my register, and if I try to send, then I can hit my breakpoint. And if I hover over my model, I have all the properties that I have provided. And I'm going to step forward, so I use this button, and this is going to check if the username exists. So this returns false. So it continues, and if I continue, it's going to create a user object and provides those properties based on the model that we have received. And in here, we are going to create our user inside our ASP.NET user table. And this result is succeeded, so it continues and it returns OK. If I continue, I can see your account has been created. You can log in. And if I open my database once again, and for the ASP.NET users, if I execute, I can see my John Smith has been created with the password that we have provided. I would like to try with some bad register models. So I open my postman and inside my register, I'm going to use some longer name. So I put more than 15 characters. So I copy this John and I paste it over a couple of times. And if I try to send, then I can see first name must be at least 3 characters. And if I do the same for my last name, and if I send, I can see these error messages. Last name must be at least 3 and maximum 15 characters. And if I add some invalid username, I have an invalid username. So if I send, I can see invalid email address. And this is going to compare against that regular expression that we have added. I put everything back to whatever it was. And I try to save. And I'm going to log in with John Smith. So inside my account, I'm going to hit these 3 dots. And for the here, I'm going to add a new request and I name it as login. And this is going to be a post method as well. And for the URL, I'm going to copy this URL and I paste it over here. And we have API account login. And we are going to click on body, and from the raw JSON, we have username and password. So I head back to my postman, and for the username, we are going to have whatever username we have created over here. So I copy this and I paste it over here. And for the password, we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if I send, I can see a body that contains the user DTO that we have created inside our login method. And this is the JWT token. So if I copy this and if I navigate to the browser and I paste it inside jwt.io, I can see these are the values that we have provided inside our JWT. So we have the name ID, we have the email address, given name, family name, and this is my own claim name that I have provided inside my JWT service. So this is basically that, my own claim name. And the value is, this is the value. If I see, this is the value. And the expiry date and issue date and the issuer. And the issuer is our API URL. Whatever we have specified over here. This is the issuer. So since I'm here, I'm going to remove this. It was for the demo purpose. And I'm going to remove this as well. And I save. And if I press hot reload, then this is going to apply the code changes for me without trying to restart the whole application. So if I send again, and I'm going to remove this breakpoint and I continue, then I'm going to have a new JSON Web Token. If I copy this JSON Web Token and I paste it over here, then I don't see that custom claim type that I just created earlier. So I'm going to try with a bad username or password. So I put one over here. If I try to send, then I can see invalid username or password. And if I correct my username and incorrect the password, then I can see the same error message, invalid username or password. And inside my postman, I'm going to save these two inside my collection. So if I Control S, I can see this has changed to the post request. And for the register, I'm going to save it as well. In this video, I'm going to create another endpoint, and that is going to be refresh user token. So I stop my application, and just above login, I'm going to have bracket authorized, since this endpoint is going to be accessible for only authorized user only. And then I have HTTP GET, and I name it as refresh user token. And for here, I have public async task, action result, and user DTO. And I name it as refresh user token. So I have misspelled over here, so this is refresh user token. And then this is going to receive nothing. Then inside here, I'm going to have our user is await user manager dot find by name async. And this is going to look for the username. If I hover over here, this is going to look for a username. And how do we retrieve our username? Since this is an authorized method, then the user has provided the JWT bearer. And inside the JWT bearer, we are having the username inside one of the claims. I'm going to retrieve by user.find first claim types. And I need to bring using system security.claims.name. I put question mark since this might be a nullable, and then I put value. And from here, we are going to return create application user DTO, and we pass the user object once again. If I try to test this endpoint, I'm going to run my application, and inside my postman, I'm going to have another request, and this is going to be HTTP GET, and the name is refresh user token. And for the login, I'm going to have the API URL. So I put it over here, and then API account and refresh user token. If I try to hit this endpoint without anything, I get unauthorized because I'm only allowing the authorized user to access this endpoint. If I put a breakpoint over here, I'm not going to be caught to this endpoint. I'm only seeing 401 unauthorized. We need to have a proper JWT inside our authorization. So I click on authorization, and from here I'm going to choose bearer token. And inside my token, I need to have the proper token. So I'm going to log in once again in order to get a new token. So I send, and I'm going to copy this token, and I head back to my refresh user token and I paste it over here. And if I send, now my user is authorized. So that's why we can see we are getting caught in this breakpoint. And if I step over, so this is going to, and we have received a system argument null exception. And this is what happens. So we are trying to retrieve username from our claims, but we haven't provided that claims inside our JWT service. So if I look for my claims, I can see only we have provided the email and the name identifier and given name and surname, but we haven't provided, for example, claim types dot name. So in order to do that, we can simply add another claims inside our claim types, or we can retrieve the username from the email address since they both are the same. So I'm going to use the second option. Instead of claim types.name, I'm going to use email. And if I save and I hit hot reload, and if I send this request once again, I'm going to step forward. And then in this time, we are going to have a user populated inside here based on the user manager find by name async. And this is going to hit my private method once again, and it generates a new token for us. So if I continue and if I see my postman, I can see this is the response that we have received from our API. So for my postman, instead of copying and pasting the application URL, I would like to add a variable inside my this collection. So inside my identity app, I hit these three dots, and if I click on edit, then inside my variables, I'm going to have URL. And for my URL, I'm going to use the same URL that we are using over here. So I copy this, and inside here for the initial value I'm going to paste it over here, and for the current value also I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to save it. Then I close this, and inside my login, instead of this hard coding my URL, I'm going to have double curly brace URL, and I close my double curly brace, and as well as for my register. So I'm going to use URL inside here as well. And if I save and save this as well, then we are going to have a proper API collection for ourselves. And I save it over here. If I try login, then I can see the response. And another thing that I would like to do whenever we are trying to log in, I would like to save my token inside a global variable. So inside my login request, I click on test, and then I use the following code. So I'm going to have const user, and this is going to look for the response. And then from the response, I'm going to have pm.globals.set JWT and user.jwt. So this user is going to be the value that we have received from the API, and from that value we are looking for user.jwt, which is here, our token that we are seeing over here. And this will set the JWT variable based on whatever we have over here inside our global variables. So if I save this, and I can access to that JWT variable inside my refresh user token. So instead of copying and pasting the token manually, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to have JWT over here. And if I save, so if I log in, then I'm going to have that JWT provided over here. And this JWT, if I send, then I can see I'm getting caught in this breakpoint. So if I remove my breakpoint and if I continue, I can see a new JWT has been created. And I can save this new JWT over here as well. So if I open my login, and from the test I copy this, and for my refresh user token I do the same. So I click on test and I paste that over here as well. So this is the end of this section. I'm going to push my changes into GitHub. So I stop my application and I click on Git changes. And I make a comment as 02. This represents our section number 2, API project setup, ASP.NET Core identity added. And I commit all my changes and I push to GitHub.
In this section, we are going to set up our Angular project. So first of all, we need to install Node.js, and after that, we need to install Angular CLI. You have two options to install Node.js. For the first option, you can navigate to Node.js. After you navigate to Node.js, then click on Other Downloads. And from here, I click on All Downloads, and I look for 18.10. So if I double click on two dots, and then I can see 18.10 over here. This one. And then based on your operating system, you can install that Node.js. But there's another alternative way. If you want to have multiple Node.js, then there's another alternative way by installing NVM. So you can install NVM based on your operating system, but since I'm using Windows, I show you how to install NVM on Windows. So search NVM install Windows. Before installing NVM, you need to uninstall any current version of Node.js from your machine. And after uninstalling, then search for NVM install Windows and click on this GitHub link. And from here, you can choose or click on download now. And from here, you can click on NVM setup.exe. Then you can install NVM. And after you have successfully installed NVM, if you open your command in as administrator, then you can verify that by doing NVM list. So right now I have 3 Node.js installed on my machine, but I'm going to install Node.js version 18.10. So the way I do NVM install 18.10.0. Now this is going to install my Node.js for my machine, and I can choose NVM use 18.10.0. So now if I do node -- version, I can see my node version is 18.10. And if you are having another application using another Node.js, so this is the alternative way to have multiple Node.js rather than uninstalling and installing another node version. After this, we are going to install Angular CLI. So if I do ng, it says ng is not recognized. So we need to install that. So the way I do, I say npm install -g at Angular CLI at 15. We're going to use from Angular 15. And if I do ng version, I can verify that by running this command. So I can see my Angular CLI is 15.2.5, my node is 18.10, and npm is 8.19. So after we have successfully installed both Node.js and Angular CLI, then I navigate to my app folder, and from here I type cmd in order to run command prompt inside this folder. Then I say ng new, and I name it as ClientApp, and I press enter. And he asks for, would you like to add Angular routing? I say yes. And then we're going to use from CSS. And this takes a while. Okay, after installing my Angular project, I can see inside here ClientApp. So I can navigate to my ClientApp. So I say cd ClientApp, and then I type code dot. So I'm going to open my Angular site from Visual Studio Code. So I say yes, I trust the author, and I can see my Angular project has been installed successfully. So I can open the terminal from here, and I say ngx-serve-o in order to run the project. Okay, my Angular site is up and running, and everything is working as normal. In this section, we are going to clean up our Angular project. So I close all my other tabs, and I open my Node.js, and from here I open my source, app, and I open my app.component.html, and we are going to delete everything, and we're going to have simply identity app inside a p tag. And if I save, I can see identity app. Now I would like to install Bootstrap, and we're going to use from ngx-bootstrap. So if I search for ngx-bootstrap and the first link, so we're going to install ngx-bootstrap version 10. So if I click on get started, so I can see at the bottom, I can see version 10 is compatible with Angular 15, and that's the same version as we are using. So I'm going to make a use of that. So I navigate to the top, and we are going to install ngx-bootstrap using ng-add. So I copy this and I open my terminal. So from Visual Studio Code, I click on plus button, and this will open a new terminal for me. So I can paste that over here, and I'm going to specify the version. So I put app and I put 10 over here. So we are going to install ngx-bootstrap version 10. That's the same version as we are seeing over here. And I press enter. And this is asking, would you like to proceed? I say yes. And this has updated my package.json, angular.json, and my app.module. So if I open my app.module, it has added browser animation module, and inside my angular.json, I can see it has added these two lines of code, and also as well as the package.json. So if I open my package.json, I can see ngx-bootstrap over here version 10. And this has installed Bootstrap for me as well. So the version of the Bootstrap we're using is 5. I can verify that my Bootstrap has been installed. Since we have updated the angular.json files, we need to restart our Angular application. So I press Ctrl C and I put ngserve once again. And this time if I refresh, I can see a different format for my p tag. So this verifies that Bootstrap has been installed inside my Angular application. In this video, we are going to create a bunch of components and folder structure our Angular project. So I close all the tabs, and from the app folder, I right click and I hit new folder, and I name it as shared. So this is going to include every shared components or modules that are going to be used among the entire application. And then I navigate to src app and share. And I create a module. So I type ngGM shared and I make it as flat. So this has created a shared module for myself. And then I right click on shared and I create a new folder and I name it as components. And inside components, so I navigate to components, and from here I create another folder and I name it as errors. So this is containing the error components. So I navigate to errors as well. And in here I'm going to create two components. So I say ngGC, and the first one is not found, and I skip the tests. So this is the not found page for my application, and then I'm going to create another and I say ngGC and I name it as validation messages, and I skip test as well. And this is the validation messages that we receive from the API. So we're going to deal with these two components later on. And then I navigate back to my app folder. So I put bunch of dots to navigate back to src app, and in here I'm going to create a component called Navbar. So I say ngGC Navbar and I skip test, since we're not using any testing for Angular project. So if I minimize my shared, I can see Navbar over here. And then I'm going to create footer and as well as home. And we are going to have account folder as well, but that account folder is going to contain bunch of router links. So the way I do, I say ngGM and I name as account. So if I press enter inside my app folder, this is going to create account module, and it puts into a folder called account, and that account is representing for my account controller inside my API. So if I can see account module over here. So I navigate to account, and I'm going to create another module for routing. So I say ngxm and account dash routing, and I make it as flat. If I don't do flat, then it's going to create account routing inside a new folder, but if I do flat, it's going to put it inside the same folder. And then I'm going to create the service for my account. So I say ngx and account, and I skip tests, and I'm going to create two components. One of them is login and one of them is register. So I say ngx and login, and I skip test, and I do for register. And if I open my account module, I can see login and register are declaring inside declaration. In this section, we are going to lay out our website. So I open my app.component.html, and first of all, I remove my p tag, and I'm going to replace with app navbar. So we are going to have a navbar at the top of the page, and after here we are going to have div.container.margin top 5. So I'm using Bootstrap class container and margin top 5, and I'm going to give it a style min height 700 pixel, and inside here I'm going to have my router outlet, and after here I'm going to have my footer. And if I save, I can see navbar works and footer works. So this is a little too long, so I'm going to remove 700, and instead I'm going to have 500. So I can see navbar works and footer works, but I don't see the home page over here. So we are going to create our routes inside our app routing module. So I open app routing module, and inside routes I press enter, and I'm going to give the first one path, and for the default we are going to use home component, and I put comma, and then for path not found we are going to use from not found component, and another path for any path that is not assigned over here. So we put double asterisk, and we're going to navigate to not found component as well, and we put path match full. If I save the app routing module, and if I open, I can see home works over here, because this is going to put our home component inside the default path, and this is the default path. And for the not found, if I copy this and I put / not found, we can see not found over here. And for any other path that is not defined, so I put 1 2 3, and not found will appear as well, because that is going to be triggered by this code. So any path that has not been assigned, we are going to forward it to not found component. And I'm going to assign my account routing module as well. So the way I do, I say const routes of type route. So I need to import Angular routes, so I can see that has been imported, equals, and we're going to have path, and for the login we're going to have login component, and for the register, so I copied this and I paste it down here. So we are going to have register, and this is going to be register component. And then we're not using any common modules inside our account routing module, so I removed that, and instead we are going to have router module. And for child, we are going to pass the routes that we have assigned over here. And since we are inside another routing module, we need to export it as first. So I say exports and router module. And then we are going to import router module inside our account module. So I copy router module, and inside my account router and inside my account module, I'm going to have imported as well over here. So I control dot and add the import. In this way, we are going to import account routing module inside our account.module. And then we are going to open app routing module, and we are going to use lazy loading. So the way I do, I enter over here, and I'm going to have a new path, and this is account, and load children, and we have a callback function, import, and we are going to import the account module. So I'm going to go inside account and account module, and then we have then option and module dot account module, and I put comma over here. So with this we have implemented the lazy loading. So if I put a comma, so this will load my account modules whenever we are going to navigate it to account router. If I save and I open my browser, so instead of this, I'm going to have account, then I have / login. So if I do this, I can see login is not appearing, so there must be some misspelling. So the error was inside my account.module, we need to import account routing module instead of account module. So that was a mistake there. So I remove my router module from account module, but instead we are going to import account routing module. And if I save and if I navigate back to my browser, so now I can see account, and if I put login, so I have been navigated to login components, and I can see login works. If I do register, I can see register works. So in this video, we're going to code our navbar. So I open my navbar.component.html, and we remove the existing, and we start with header. Then we have nav. So we have nav with the class of navbar, navbar expand large, navbar dark, and bg primary. Then we have div.container, and after here we have a, and we remove the href, and for here we have img, src, assets, images, logo.png, and we have class of me3, and alt is logo. Inside this section we have a logo.png file, so you can download that, and after you have downloaded there, so you're going to copy and paste that inside our asset. So I'm going to create a new folder, and I name it as images, and this is the logo that we're going to use. So I drag and drop over here, and this is a simple just a png file, and this is our logo for our application. And if I save and I open my browser, I can see identity app over here. So I have misspelled container, this should be container. So if I see, I can see this has been pushed a little forward. And after here we have a button, and inside our button we have a span. So this is a hamburger button for open and close our navbar for mobile devices or smaller screens. Then we have div dot, and inside my div we have ul dot and then we have li.navItem, and for the first one we have a.navLink, and we have home over here, and I copy this and I paste down here, and we have play. If I take a look, I can see home and play over here, and then we are going to have another UL, and inside here we are going to have li.navItem, and here we are going to have a tag.btn. And for the a tag we remove the href as well, and here we have create account, and I copy this and I paste it down here, and for here we are going to have login, and I remove the mx2 as well. So if I save everything and I take a look at my browser, this is the page that we have currently. So we're going to design our footer as well. So I open my footer and footer.component.html, and from here I remove the existing code and I say footer, and after here we have div dot, and here we have h6, so we are going to create our current year inside our footer.component.ts. So I copy this and I open my footer.component.ts. Then over here we have current year equals new date dot get full year, and if I save and I open my browser, I can see copyright 2023 identity app. Okay, let's set up our navigation. For example, if we click play, home, or create account, so we want to navigate to those URLs. So first of all, I open my share.module, and then we are going to import router module. So I press enter and say router module, and then we need to export this as well. So I say export and I put router module over here, and inside my app router module I need to import my shared module. So we are going to import shared module inside our app module over here, and inside our shared module, since we are going to use this shared module inside other components, that's why I have imported router module inside my shared module. And by importing router module, we will be able to use from router link. And then I open my navbar.component.html, and inside here I'm going to have router link and /. So this is the default route for my home component, and that's representing over here. So I navigate back to my HTML, and for play I'm going to have router link / play. We don't have the play component yet, we're going to create very soon. And for my create account I'm going to do the same. So we are going to navigate it to account and / register, and I copy this and I paste it over here, and instead of register we are going to be navigated to login. So if I save everything and I navigate back to my website, so if I click create account I can see register work. If I click login I can see login works. If I click on home, home works, but play doesn't work because we don't have that at the moment. So I'm going to create that over here. So inside my second terminal I navigate back to my app module, and in here we are going to create our play component. So ngx and play, and I skip test. So this play component we're not going to touch in this course, but this is going to be only visible for any authorized user. So that's why I have created a dummy play component, but we're not going to touch it anyway in this course. So I have to open my app routing module, and I have to create another path for my play. So I copy the first one, I paste it down here, and instead we have play, and for the component we have play component. So if I save and if I click, I can see play component works. So now I would like to add the active link, and instead of white I want to be brown. I open my navbar.component.html, and in here we are going to have router link active, and I pass active class. So I copy this, for every router that we are going to do, I paste that over there. For the active, we are going to create a class inside my navbar.component.css. So we have active, and color is simply brown, and this needs to be important, so I put question mark and importance. If I select important, then this will overwrite any other classes that has been defined inside Bootstrap. So now I can see, if I click in any of the link that is active, I can see active class has been applied. But for the home, I can see it's, even though we are inside the create account, I can see that has been selected as well. So in order to fix that issue, we need to have another option, and that is going to be inside a square bracket we have router link active options, and for the options we are going to have exact colon true. And if I format everything, so we have to have this as well. So if I save, then that has been resolved. In this video, I would like to install a new template for my website. So I navigate to Bootswatch, and we are going to use from Bootswatch template for Bootstrap. So on top of our Bootstrap, we are going to apply a new template, and we are going to make a use of this, the first one. So inside here, I open a new terminal, and I say npm install Bootswatch, and I press enter. And then I have to open angular.json, and I copy this down, and we are going to node modules and Bootswatch and dist, and then we are going to put another forward slash, and inside here we are going to make a use of this. So I copy the name and I put it here, but instead of capital C, I put it lowercase c. And this has to be node modules, Bootswatch, and this we don't need CSS, and the template, and bootstrap dot, so I remove mean dot CSS. So if I save, and since we have modified our angular.json, we need to restart our Angular application. So I'm going to stop my Angular, and then I do ngx-serve. After we have restarted our Angular site, if I refresh my website, I can see the effect of the template that we have installed on top of our Bootstrap, and that is exactly the same template as we see. If you would like to try another template, you just need to simply replace the name from here to any other template that you would like to see. Okay, now we want to design our login and register page. So I open my login.component.html, and I close all other tabs, and in here I remove the p tag, and we are going to have div dot, then we have div dot, then we have main, and after here we have for, and we don't need action, so I remove that, and I put enter, and in here we have div dot, and inside my div we are going to have h3, and we have login, and after my div we are going to have another div, And inside here we have input, and the class is form control. The type is text, and placeholder is username. And after the input we have a label, and I copy this, and we are going to have another div of form floating, and this is going to be password. And the type is password. And after this we are going to have div dot, and in here we have button dot, and the type is submit, and we have log in. And after my form we are going to have another div, and in here we have a.btn, and we remove the href, and inside my a tag we have h6. So if I save and take a look at my website, if I navigate to my login, I can see login over here. So this has to be in the center. So, and after justify content we have center. So I can see login, and this is the form, and this is the password, and this is the button for login. So I'm using simple bootstrap classes. The first one is dflex, so we're using dflex and justify content center. Then we are going to have call 12, and for smaller we have call 5. So for larger screen we have call 5, but for smaller we have call 12. So if I resize my browser, I can see this is call 12, but if I make it as a larger, so this is call 5. And these are all basic bootstrap classes that I'm not going to go over, but we're using bootstrap in order to have a good looking application. And inside my form we have a login, so this is the login that we see. And after that we are going to have a form group. Before it used to be form group, but now we are using from form floating, so there is no more form group for bootstrap 5. So we are using form floating, and we have an input and label, and we have one for the username and one for the password, and at the bottom we have login button over here. So that's how we can see the layout of my login component. Okay, I navigate back to my login component, and so we don't have username, but we're using email as both for the email address and the username. So I switch username into email, and this should be email. And if I take a look, so I can see email for my login page. So we're using email in order to be able to log to the application. And for my create account, so I would like to update the HTML. So I copy the whole thing from login component, and then I navigate to my register component.html. Then I remove the existing p tag and I paste that over here. For the login, I remove this and I press enter, and we have let's. And for here we have email and password, but before email we're going to have first name and last name. So I copy this div, and then just above here I put 2 more time. So we have, for the first one we have first name, and the 4 should be first name, and placeholder should be first name as well. And the second one is last name. So I copy this and I paste it over here, and for the 4 we have last name. And if I save and I take a look at my create, so we have first name, last name, email and password. So instead of login we are going to have create account, and we don't need the forgot username and password for registration. So I remove this, and if I save I can see my registration forms. Okay, let's finish registration.ts. So I open register.component.ts. Then we are going to implement on init. So I say implement on init. I put my cursor on the control dot. So I implement interface on init. Then I'm going to have a constructor, and inside my constructor I'm going to have private account service of type account service. So I'm injecting my account service inside registration.component.ts, and then I put the open and close curly brace, and then I'm going to make a use of form builder. So I say private form builder of type form builder. We are going to make a use of reactive forms in order to bind our form and submit our form. So the way I do, I'm going to have a register form at the top of type form group. So we cannot see that because we need to import inside the shared module. So I open my shared module, and inside the imports I'm going to import reactive form modules. So it's reactive forms module, and I need to import it from @angular.com. We need to import reactive forms from Angular forms. So I fixed the error, and we are going to export reactive forms as well, since we are going to make a use of this inside shared module, and we are importing shared module inside our account module. So I'm missing that. I need to import shared module over here. If I import shared module, then I'm going to be able access to any imports that we currently have inside the exports. So we can make a use of router module and reactive forms inside my account module. And if I go back to my register.component.ts, and now I can update my import. Before I couldn't update because I had to import reactive forms. And then it's new form group, and we pass empty object as an initial value. Then I'm going to have a property called submitted, and I make it false by default, and error messages, and this is the array of string, and I initialize it to empty array. So this contains any error messages that returns from the API. And here we have initialize form, and inside here we have this dot register form is this dot form builder dot group. So for the properties we are going to have first name, and this we initialize to empty string. And for the validators, we have validators that's required, and we need to bring validators from Angular forms. And the second validators is validators.minLength 3 and validators.maxLength 15. So the same validators that we are doing inside our DTOs. So if I open my DTOs account and register DTO, so we have minimum of 3 characters and maximum of 15 characters, and this is required. So 3 validators for first name, and we are assigning 3 validators for first name, and I put a comma and I paste 3 more times. So we're going to have the second one as last name, the same validators, and for email we are going to have another validators instead of min length and max length. So I remove these 2, and instead we are going to make a use of regular expression. So the same way as we have over here. So I copied this regular expression from this all the way to the $sign. I'm going to copy that, and then inside here I'm going to have validators.pattern. So that's how we can assign the regular expression validator inside my email property inside register form. Then the last one is password. And for the password, we have min length of 6 characters and max length of 15. And inside my ng on init, I need to call my initialize form. So I say this.initialize form in order to call this method and initializing my form. So after I do this, I can come back to register.component.html and bind my form into the form that we have created over here. So the way I do, I put a square bracket and I say form group equals register form, the same as we have named it over here. And then for the ng submit, we call register and autocomplete off. So for the ng submit, if the form is submitted by this button, then this will call this function. We don't have this function yet, that's why we see red. So I copy that, and inside my register.ts, I'm going to create that function. And then for autocomplete, if we don't do autocomplete off, then it automatically completes the form. So we don't want that. That's why we say autocomplete off. And then for each input, we are going to bind into our properties inside the form. So for the first name, and this is for the first name. So we say form control name equals first name. And when we do this, then this input has been connected to the first name inside register form. And I'm going to do the same for all other. So I copy this, and inside the last name, I'm going to place, and as well as email, and for the password. So I just make the modification. And I open my register.component.ts, and then I can say console.log this.register form.value, and I'm going to save everything. So let's take a look at what we have so far. So if I create an account, and if I open my console, if I put first name, last name, and email address, and 1456 for the password, then if I open my console log, then I can see my register form values. So email, first name, last name, and password. So I close this. Then I head back to my register method. So inside here, we are going to say this.submitted is true. So we know that the form has been submitted, or the create button has been clicked. And then we say this.error messages is to initialize empty error messages. So why I'm doing this? Because I would like to print out any error messages that we see from the API. And after this, I'm going to call my account service. But we need to create the register method inside my account service. So I open my account service. And inside my constructor, I need to inject HTTP client. So I say private HTTP colon of type HTTP client. And we don't see that here because we need to import HTTP client module inside our shared module. So I open my shared module, and inside imports, I'm going to have HTTP client module. And if I control dot, I cannot see any fix. So because I think I have a capital L, and if I try one more time, I don't see that. So I'm going to manually import that. So I copy this, and in here I have import HTTP client module from @angular /comment/HTTP, and we need to export that as well. So if I do this, then I can see add import from @angular common HTTP. So we are using HTTP client in order to make an API call. And then in here, I'm going to have register method. So register, and this takes a model of register, and we need to create our models as well. And then this has return this.http .get.post, and we need to provide the URL and the model. So this is the app URL, and I put comma, and then we have the model. So first of all, I need to create my register model. So I'm going to do by navigating to shared folder, and then I right click and I create a new folder, and I name it as models. And inside here, I'm going to have my register.ts. So I right click and I click on new file, and I name it as register.ts. And inside here we have export interface register, and we have first name of type string. Then I copy 3 more times, last name, email, and password. So the same model as we have inside register.dto. Then I head back to my account.service, and I can make a import for my register model. So add import from, it goes to the path of this model that I have created inside shared folder. We are going to have our app URL inside environment.ts. So inside Angular 15, we don't have environment.ts anymore, but we can generate that very easily. So if I navigate to the Angular side, there's a command of ng generate environment. So I copy this, and inside my tab, inside client, I'm going to paste the command and hit enter. Then this has created my environment.ts and environment.development.ts, and it has updated my angular.json. So we can make a use of that. So this new folder has been created for me. So I open environment.development.ts, and inside here, we are going to have the following properties. So the first one is production, and we say false. So we defining that the production version is false. And then we have app URL, and this is the URL of my API. So I can copy that from my API project, and inside properties, launch settings, and this is the app URL of my API. So I copy this, and then I paste it over here. And then since we are here, we are going to have another constant variable that is user key, and I name it as identity app user. And we have to copy all this and paste it inside environment.ts as well. So I open that, and inside here for the production we have true, and for the app URL we don't have, but for the user key we have the same key. So I'm going to explain user key later on in this section, but since we are here, I have put it over here. Then I head back to account.service, and I can make a use of that app URL. So my app URL, I'm going to make a use of backtick, and I remove the existing, and I have $, and I open and close curly brace environment. Make sure to bring from environment.development, then app URL, and then we have /API, then account, then register, and we are going to pass the model as well. So this is fixed, and we can head back to register.component.ts, and instead of console logging the value, I'm going to call the API. So I say this.account-service.register, and I'm going to pass my register form. So I say this.register-form.value, and then we are going to subscribe. And for the subscription, I open and close parentheses, and inside my parentheses I have curly brace, and we have next option, and this is response, and we have error option. For the error, I'm going to console.log my error, and for the response, I'm going to console log my response as well. So I remove this console.log register.value. You might wonder, our register function inside account service, if I go to definition, is expecting a model of type register that we just created earlier, but we are passing the register form. So that's the same thing, because in my register form we have the same properties as we have inside the register model. So it has first name, last name, email, and password. And inside my register.ts we have the exact same properties with the exact same spelling. That's why we can do that. So if I do this.register.value, this is going to copy all the values that are already inside my register form and place it inside the register interface, basically inside this model. And then we are going to pass that model into the API. And since this returns an observable, so if I hover over, I can see this is observable of object. And for every observable, we need to subscribe to the observable. So if I open my register.ts, that's why we are subscribing. Otherwise, it doesn't complete the action. So we always need to subscribe to any observable. And let's try this. So if I save and I open my Angular, and I have AAA, BBB, and AA@yahoo.com, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I open my console. So I need to run my API project, and I put a breakpoint over here. So if I create, I can see another error message, and this is cross origin request blocked. So we need to add course inside our API. So the way I do, I open my API project and inside my program.ts, just underneath of the services, after builder.services add authentication, I have builder.services.add course. And inside my pipeline, just above everything, I'm going to have, so I enter after I configure the HTTP request pipeline, and just above all the pipelines, I'm going to have app.use course, and we have opt. Then inside opt, we have opt.allow any headers, .allow any method, .allow credentials, .with origins, and then we have to pass the URL of my client application, and the URL of my client application is localhost 4200. So I copy this, then I can place it over here, or instead I can copy this URL inside my app setting.development and bring that from my app setting.development.json. So I rather do that because we are going to need this client URL in multiple places. So instead of just modifying in all over places, I would like to only modify in one place. So I open my app settings.development, and then inside JWT, I'm going to have another property, and I name it as client URL. And I put a colon, and then inside quotation, I paste the URL of my client. And then I head back to program.cs, and instead of hard coding that, I'm going to have builder.configuration, and then inside bracket we are going to have JWT client URL, and I put a semicolon at the required places. So with this, we are going to bring the client URL from JWT section inside our app settings. And if I restart my API project, and I'm going to do the same action one more time. So my API project has been restarted, and if I create, then we are going to get caught inside this breakpoint. And if I hover over, then I can see all the values that has been passed. And if I continue, so this is the result that we have received. Okay, now let's handle validation for our forms. So I open my register.component.html, and in here we are going to do client-side validation. And for the client-side validation that we have assigned over here, so we have validators that required and patterns. So we are going to implement that inside our HTML. So first of all, I need to assign isInvalid class, which is a Bootstrap class, to if the form and for this input is invalid or basically has errors. So the way I do, after here I put new line, and inside the bracket I have class dot is invalid, and then we have a condition, and for the condition is if the form is submitted, and I put double ampersand and then register for, then dot get, and we have first name dot errors, and this says object is possibly null, so we put a question mark to get rid of the error. So basically we are injecting isInvalid class to the class if the form is submitted, and we have that property over here, submitted, and it is initially false, but if the form is submit, so we are going to call register method, and inside register method we are setting this submitted to true. So if the form is submitted, that's the first condition, and if this first name inside register form has errors. And what are the errors? We have specified required and min length and max length. If any errors, then we are assigning isInvalid class into our input class. So basically we are going to have, for example, isInvalid over here if these two conditions are true. So I remove this, and then after my label we are going to have an class text danger, and we have asterisk ng if and submitted, and I put double ampersand register form dot get first name question mark dot has error and required. Then we are going to have this following text message, and we say first name is required. And then I head back to register.component, and inside here we are going to say if this dot register form dot is valid or valid. If the form is valid, then proceed with the API call. Otherwise, don't proceed. So I don't want to just call my API at the moment. So if I save everything and I open my browser, and if I click submit, then I can see first name is required. Why? Because we have specified over here. So by this line of code and as well as this line of code. And this is going to check if the form is submitted, and this has the required validation. And we have another validation for first name, which is min length and max length. So I can do over here. So I copy my span, and just below that I'm going to have, so after submitted and double ampersand, I hit a new line, and then for here we have has error of min length or has error of max length. Then for the message, I'm going to copy exactly the same message as I have over here. First name must be at least and maximum. So I copy this, and then I head back here, and first name must be at least, for the first one is 3 and maximum is 15. So if I save and I would like to test, if I hit, I can see first name is required, but as soon as I put a character, I can see the second option. First name must be at least 3 and maximum 15 characters. So I'm going to do the same for the last name. So I copy these two span and I put it underneath. And instead of first name, we are going to have last name. So I copy last name, and for the get, I'm going to have last name. And I have a misspell here. So this is max length instead of MAS. And I paste last name over here as well. And I make the modification for the message, and we have last name. And we have to apply the is invalid class to this input as well. So I copy this. Just after here, I hit a new line and I paste that in here. And instead of first name, we have last name. So this is exactly matching, or I can say this characters or spelling is exactly matching my last name. So we have lowercase l with capital case N, and we have the same as over here. And I'm going to do the same for my email address. So I copy the is invalid and I paste it over here. We have email, and for the span we are going to have the required. So I copy that and I paste it. So I copy this and I paste it just below label, and we have for the email. And we can say email is required. And we are going to have another additional validation for email, which is validating the email address. So I copy the span one more time. And here, instead of required, we have pattern. So if the pattern doesn't match, then we can say invalid email address. And for the password, we do, just before testing, we do the password as well. So I copy the is invalid and I paste it over here. And I have for the get, we have the password, and we are going to have the required as well. So I copy this and I paste it down here, and we have the get for password, and I can say password is required. And we also have the min length and max length for the password. So I copy this one and I paste it down here, and I just format my page. Then we are going to have register form.get password, min length, and password max length. So if min length or max length is not satisfactory to the register form, then display this message, and this should be password. Password must be at least 3 and maximum 15. But I believe for the password we have 6 characters. So if I head back to register.component, yeah, we have 6 characters. So I'm going to save everything and try to submit my form. If I hit submit, I can see all the required fields. And as soon as I put some characters, I can see 3 and maximum. If I go beyond 15 characters, then I can see the same message over here. And for the email, I'm going to put some invalid email address, and as soon as I put valid email address, then this has gone. And for the password, we have to put 6 characters, and if I satisfy everything, then we are going to be fine and be able to submit the form. This section we are going to implement the API validation error messages that we are going to receive by submitting the form. So first of all, I'm going to comment out this line because I would like to see what type of error messages that we are going to receive. So if I save everything and then I head back to my browser, and this time I'm going to open my console, and if I submit, so this is the error message that we receive. These are the client side validation, but we would like to have the API side validation as well. So for the API validation, we have object, and inside the object we have error, and then inside there we have errors, and inside the errors we see bunch of error messages. So for example, the first name field is required, the name must be 3 and 15 characters, and so on. So we would like to have those error messages lined up over just create account button. So in order to do that, first of all, we need to flatten our API errors into an object, and we can achieve that by modifying our services. So I open my Visual Studio and I open my program.cs. Then inside my services, after builder.services.add course, I'm going to have another service. So first of all, I need to start my API application. Then we have builder.services.configure, and then we have API behavior options, and then we have options, and then inside options we have invalid response factory is action context, and then we have var errors is action context dot model state dot where x goes to x dot value dot errors dot count greater than 0. If we have multiple errors, then dot select many, and then we have x goes to x dot x value dot errors, and then we are going to select x goes to x dot error message dot to array. Then from here I'm going to have var to return is, I'm going to make a use of anonymous object, so I just put new, and then inside new we have errors is error, and then I'm going to return new bad request object result, and I pass my to return, and I put the following semicolons. So if I run my API, and we are going to see different error message over browser. So if I submit, so this is the previous error message, and if I submit, then we can see inside error and errors, then we have flattened array of error messages. So rather than having that inside a bunch of objects, we have in a single array of strings, and this line of code is doing that. So basically it's going to the model state, and if it has found some errors and the count is greater than 0, then that means we have some errors. Then we are going to select many of those errors, and inside those select many we are going to only select the error message. So if I open my browser, and for the error message, these are all the error messages that we have. For example, the email field is required, and for those error messages we are going to convert it to array, and then inside my errors we have a string array of errors, and then we are making an anonymous object. That's why we don't have the type, so it's only new, and inside curly brace we are going to have our property called errors, and this errors is going to be populated by errors, and then we are returning our object. That's how we can see flattened error messages inside here. So we can make a use of that. So I head back to my component register.component.ts. Then inside here, I'm going to say if error.error.errors. If we have error.error.errors, that's basically this one, error. So the first one is error, and the second one is error, and the third one is errors. If we have that, then we say this dot error messages is error dot error dot errors, and I'm going to remove my console log. So I'm going to save, and I try to submit my form. So we need to pass those error messages inside our HTML to the child component of validation messages that we created earlier. So the way we do, I open my register.component.ts, and after my last div of the form floating, so we are going to have div.form floating, and then I have a condition, so asterisk ngx error messages dot length is greater than 0. If we have some errors, then we have app validation messages. So we don't see that because we need to export that component inside our shared module. So if I open my shared module, then we have validation messages component, but we don't have that inside the exports. So in order to make a use of that, we need to export it inside here as well. If I'm done with this, then I can see validation messages coming over here, and this validation messages is expecting to receive some input string. And if I open my validation dash messages, we are going to have at input, then I need to import input from at Angular core and error messages of type string, array, or undefined. Then I open my validation messages.component.html, so I remove this, and instead we have ul.textdanger. Then we have ngx error messages. So if this error messages is not defined, then we have a for loop inside li. So I put li, and then I have asterisk ng4 and let error of error messages. So I copy error messages, and then I open a new line, and then inside double curly brace we have error. So we are looping through error messages, and we are going to display that, and our validation messages is going to receive that error messages by input. So we can pass error messages to the child component. So if I open my register.component.html, then we can pass that by using the bracket. So I can say error messages equals error messages. So this error messages inside bracket is referring to the error messages inside the child component. So if I go to definition, this is coming over here. If I head back, and this error message is inside our register.component.ts. So with all this, if I save, then we are going to expect to see some messages over here. So I close my console log, and if I hit create account, then these are all the messages that we receive from the API. And these are all the messages that we receive from the client. So if I execute my SQL Server, then I can see aaa@yahoo.com has been registered. So I'm going to try registering another user with exact email address. So I copy this, because inside my API project and inside register, we are going to check if the email exists. If the email exists, then we are returning some bad request. So I put back the console log. I want to show you another type of error. So I put this back, and then I'm going to save. And this time I'm going to register with the same username that we already have registered, because I would like to see this error message. I head back to my browser, and I put some random character for the first name and last name, but for the email, we are going to use the same email address that we already have registered once before. So I put a password, and I open my console log, and if I create account, then I continue, then we have different error messages, and this one, and the error is not an object, it's just a simple text message. So we need to handle that as well. So in order to do this, after this if statement, we have else, and then we can push that error inside our error messages. The way I do is this.error messages.push error. Why we are using this.errorMessages.push? Because this is a string characters. It is not an array of object. So before it used to be an array of multiple strings, but this time it's only just a single string. So that's why we are just pushing. In this case, our bad request for this scenario is being handled by this line of code. And if I save, and I'm going to do register with the same email address, and if I create account, I continue, then I can see the error message that I saw from my bad request. And I'm going to remove my console log. And since we already handled the error messages, so we are going to put back in the if condition. If the form is valid, then bother calling the API, and I save everything. In this section, we are going to handle the success message that we receive from the API. So if I try to register with a boot username, for the email, I'm going to use something that I haven't registered yet. Then if I hit create account, I'm going to remove my breakpoint, and if I continue, then I can see object. So why do I see that? Because this is going to return a string, but we're not expecting to receive a string. So we can make a modification to our API, and instead of returning a simple string, so I cut this, and then instead we are going to return new JSON result. And then we have new anonymous object once again, and we can have title is account created, and for the message we can have your account has been created. So I remove the extra characters over here, and I close the parentheses. So instead of just returning a simple string, we are returning a JSON result, and this is and this returns an object. So if I restart my API application, I try to register with a new user. So this time I'm going to use Joe, and if I try to create account, then I can see a result. And this is the result that we just received. And inside the value, we have message and we have title. So exactly the same as we specified over here. So title and message. So we would like to show this message in a modal or in a notification. So the way we do, we can make a use of ngx-bootstrap. So if I type ngx-bootstrap, and then if I go to the website and get it started, and for the components, we can make a use of modals. So if I open this, and these are the modals that we can make a use of for notification or pop-up. So I'm going to make a use of this one. So we need to create a component for this modal, and I'm going to create that inside my shared folder. So inside my shared folders and inside the components, I'm going to create another folder, and I name it as modals. So I just minimize my errors, and inside components we have errors and we have modals, and inside my modals I'm going to create that component. So I need to navigate to that. And in here we have ngx notification, and we have skip test. So we have notification modal, and this is going to be used for both success and error messages. You can think of toaster notification like this. So this notification is going to be a pop-up message that the user will see, and that is going to have the following properties: is success of type boolean, and initially it is true. Then we have title of type string, and we set it to empty string, and message and string, and we have empty string as well. Then we are going to have a constructor. So I say constructor and public bs modal ref of type bs modal ref. We don't see that over here because we need to import that inside our shared module. So if I go back to the ngx-bootstrap and inside APIs, I can see we need to import modal module inside our modules. So I copy this and I head back to my shared module. Then I paste it over here, and then I copy my modal module and for the imports I'm going to have that over here. And for the modal module, we are going to have for root. If I take a look, we need to have modal module dot for root. Then if I open my notification.component.ts, then I can import that from here. And then I open my notification.component.html and I remove the existing code. And instead, I'm going to use the example that I just showed you. So the second one with the components. So I'm going to copy this line of code from the template and then I paste it over here and I try to reformat. So inside my header, I'm going to have ng class and I'm going to assign bg success if is success and assign bg danger if it is not is success. So since we are having is success as a boolean, if this is true, then apply bg success class. Otherwise, apply bg danger. So the header becomes green or red. And then I remove this ul tag. Instead, we are going to have message. And then I have OK over here. So we don't have that close button. So we are receiving these properties from inside our components. And then we can have another service called shared service, and that populates or triggers this modal for us. So the way I do inside my terminal, I head back to shared folder. So I have to go 2 more times up, and then inside my shared, I'm going to have ngx shared and I skip test. So my shared service has been created inside my shared folder. Then inside here we are going to have private modal service of type bs modal service. So I need to import that from ngx-bootstrap /modal. Then we are going to have a method called show notification and we are going to receive 3 arguments. The first one is success of type boolean, the second one is title of type string, and the third one is message of type string. So I have a extra /. Then inside here we have const initial state of modal options. So we need to bring that and is curly brace initial state colon, and we pass those properties to the modal. And then we have this.bs modal ref. So we need to have bs modal ref as a property. So I say bs modal ref of bs modal ref, and this has to be initialized. And I need to bring my bs modal ref, and this has to be initialized. So in order to get rid of that, I can say this can be undefined. So that's how we put question mark over here to get rid of the error message. Then I can say bs modal ref is this.modal service.show, and we pass the notification component and we pass the initial state. So all this code is coming from this example. So we can have initial state, and then we can pass those initial state to the component that we created. So in our case is notification component. And we have created this function inside our shared service because we can make a use of this function in any places inside our client application. Then I head back to my register.component, and in here we can have this.shared service. So I need to bring shared service. So I head back to the top and I can inject private shared service of type shared service. Then inside here we can say this.shared service dot show notification, the function that we created, and this expecting 3 properties. So the first one is true because this is a success message. And then the second option is the title. So I need to say that my response is of type any. Then I can say response dot value dot title. And then I can say response dot value dot message, and then we can navigate back to the account logging. So I can say this dot router. So I need to bring router. So inside my constructor I can have private router of type router, and I need to bring my router, and over here we can have this dot router dot navigate by URL. and just forward the user to the login page. So you can say account login. And if I remove my console log, so let's try all this. I'm gonna save everything and I open my browser and I'm going to register with a new user. So I can see the notification that I just created. Account created, your account has been created, you can log in. This is exactly the same message that we have over here. Okay, I'm going to finish up this section with completing login. So login is going to be the same as register. So we need to initialize the form. So I copy this and inside my login.component.ts, I'm going to have the method. And then instead of register form, we name it as login form. And I head back to the register component and I'm going to copy the properties and I head back to login and I'm gonna paste them over here. Then I add all missing imports. Then we are going to have the constructor. So I open register component and for the constructor, I copy this and I paste it over here. We don't need the shared service, so I remove this. Then we need to have ng on init. So we have implements on init and we need to bring. So I choose add all missing imports. Then we have to have ng on init. So inside my register component.ts, I'm going to copy this and I head back to login.ts. Then I paste it over here. And for the login form, we have name as login form. So I copy login form and instead of register form, I just substitute with login form. And inside our login, we are going to have username and password. So the form gets much simpler. So we have username and the password. So I remove this last name and first name. And for both of them, we are going to have only the required attributes. So I remove all the way this bracket and we have only one single validation, which is required. And I do the same for the password. So I cut this and I paste it with this. Then we are going to have a login method. And again, we can just borrow some code from register. So inside my register method, we are going to have this dot submitted is true. Then we can have if the login form is valid. So I copy and paste. Then we can say login form is valid. Then go ahead and hit register. So we need to just rename it to login from account service. And we don't have that login inside our account service, so we need to create that. So I open my account.service, then just above here we have login, and this takes a model of login, and we need to create the interface as well. So I'm going to create my interface inside shared and models. Then I hit right click and hit new file, and I name it as login.ts. Then inside here we have export interface login, and this has username of string. So I make a capital of N, and then we have password of string. Then I head back to account.service and I can bring that interface. And this time we have return this.http.post and we use backtick. So I borrow this code and I put it over here. And instead of register, we are going to hit the login endpoint and we pass the model. And I head back to my login.component.ts. Then we should pass the login form. And for the next, we are going to handle that in the next section. But for the errors, we are going to have the same code as register. Now we need to bind our form into login form. The way we do, we open login.component.html. Then inside here we have form group and we name it as login form. And we have ng-submit is login. So we are going to hit login method after the form is submitted and autocomplete as off. And then I open my register to borrow some code. So for the first one is form control name. I copy this and inside my input for the email, I'm going to paste it over here. And the form control name is username. And this is going to take the username of the user account, and this is going to take the username of the user. So inside the placeholder we can say username, and for the for this is username, and we can have the same message. So I copy this And then I can borrow another code from register component, which is class is invalid. So if I copy this, if I go back here, then I can paste it over here. And instead of register form, we have login form. And for the get, we have username. And for the span of text danger, so we can borrow this code. I copy this, then in my login form, I'm going to paste it after the label. And we are going to check if the form is submitted and is the login form, the get of username has error of required, and if so, then we can say username is required, and we can do the same for the password. So I copy this, I paste it over here, and for the form control name, we have to do for the password as well the modification, and we are binding this into our password property inside login form. And for the span, we have the required as well. So I copy this and text danger if the form is submitted, and login form and password has the error of required, and say password is required. And once again, I head back to register component, and for the validation that we receive from the API, I copy this form floating ngif error messages, and then after the last form floating, I'm going to paste it over here just above my login button. I believe this should be sufficient. So if I save everything, I open my login form. So I try to log in with a bad username and password. So I execute. So for example, I'm going to copy this, and for error and for the username, I paste it over here, and this is a bad username or password, and this is the error message that we received from the API, invalid username or password. If I remove, then I can see the client side validation, and if I comment out this if statement in order to be able to see the API side validation, and I'm going to save, and I submit my form without anything. So these are the validation that we received from the API side. So over here we can see username field is required because this is the default message that API controller is going to place. So we can make a modification. If I open my Visual Studio and inside my login DTO, then we can have parentheses and error message. Then we can say username is required. If I save, start my API application, then if I try to log in once again, you can see username is required. So that was the end of this section, and in the next section we are going to handle the login functionality and storing and persisting the login to our local storage. So I commit my changes, so I stop my API application, and inside git changes I'm going to type 03, client project setup with registration. I commit all my changes and I push to GitHub. In this video, we are going to handle persisting the user and storing the user DTO inside the user's browser local storage. So I open my Visual Studio, and inside my account service, I'm going to have a private helper method. So I type private set user, and this set user is taking user model of type user. So we need to create user.ts. So I open my shared and models. Inside my models, I'm going to create a new file, and I name it as user.ts. And this user.ts is going to have exactly the same properties as we have inside user DTO in our API. So we're gonna have first name, last name, and JWT. So I type export interface user, and then we have first name, last name, and JWT. Then I move back to my account service, and I'm going to import my user model. Then we are going to have local storage set item in order to store our user inside local storage. And this set item is taking a key and value. For the key, we are going to have environment dot user key. That's what we created earlier. So if I open my environment, and this is the user key, identity app user. And for the value, we are going to have JSON.stringify, and we convert our user into a string by using JSON.stringify. And then we need to store this inside our replace subject. So just above here, I'm going to have a private user source is new replace subject of type user or null. And we set the size only with 1. So only one user can be stored into user source. So what is a replace subject? Replace subject has an internal buffer that will store a specified number of values that it has observed. So you can think of this as an observable, and we can subscribe to this. And then we are going to have user dollar is this dot user source dot as observable. So user dollar contains the user source value, and it will contain this as an observable. So we can subscribe to user dollar anytime inside this application, and we can get the user out of that. So that's why we have put $sign by convention, because we are telling that this is an observable. So you can think of that user source is a property, but the kind of observable property, and we can assign a user inside that or remove the user from that. And this property has the index of only one value. And this property is an array of replace subject with index of one value, which means the size of this user source is only one. And that one is either null or user object. And user dollar is referring to that user source as an observable. So we can get a value of user source by subscribing to user dollar. That's why user dollar is public and we don't have private before, because we wanna access to user source inside our entire application by this user dollar. But user source is only visible to account service. That's why we have added private before that. Then I head down to my private helper method. Then we're going to have this dot user source dot next, and we pass the user. Basically, we are storing the user inside our local storage in one place, and also inside our Angular application inside this dot user source. Why do we store into local storage? Because whenever the user is trying to refresh the page, that local storage will contain our user object inside the local storage. But why do we store it inside our Angular? Because we want to tell if this user has some value, then that means the user is logged in. So things gets better, makes sense as we complete this section. And inside my login, before I return, I'm going to use a pipe and map function, because I would like to do something with my response before returning to the whatever is calling. So I use pipe and then I use map from RxJS. And then inside map, we are receiving user of type user. And then I have an arrow function, and I am going to check if user is not null. Then this dot set user. We pass the user to our private helper method. So this is complaining because we need to specify the return type of our API post function. So inside here, we have return this.http.post, but we can specify what kind of type we are expecting to receive from this function, or basically from this API call. So we can specify inside our angle brackets, and we can tell that we are expecting to receive a model of type user, and the arrow goes away. So a little more explanation for here. So we are going to return an observable, but before returning the observable, we are trying to do something with the value that we receive from the API. That's why we have used from pipe and map. And then inside my login.component.ts, I'm going to console log my response. I put back in the if condition for the validated form. So we make sure that only validated form that gets passed, and I try to reformat. Then I save everything. I'm gonna check my database. So I'm going to try to log in with this username. So I copied this and I head back to my browser and I open my console log as well. we received undefined from our console log. And why was that? The reason was because we didn't return our user from inside this map function. So if we try to return the user, and since we're not returning at all the phases, so I need to return null here. So if I try this and I save my account.service, and if I try to do one more time, I'm going to receive the user because we have returned the user inside our map function. And if we don't try to return anything, then we're not going to receive that inside whoever is subscribing to that function. So in our login.component.cs, we are trying to subscribe, and inside the response, we're expecting to have some response. But if we don't return from inside map, then we're not going to receive that. We will be only accessing to that user object inside this map function. That's why we earlier saw undefined. So we try to use from pipe and map anytime that we want to do something before returning to the whoever is subscribing to. So in our case, we're not interested to return our user or return null. We are only interested to be subscribed. So that's why we're not using that, because we don't want to do anything inside our next object inside our login.component.ts. We want to do our actions inside only this function inside our account.service. So that's why I just remove those return values. And after this, we can access user object inside our navbar, and we can determine if the user has logged in or not. So the goal of this section is to display create account and login if the user has not logged in, and remove play if the user has not logged in, but display play and logout whenever the user is logged in. So I open my navbar.component.ts. First of all, I need to inject our account service. So I'm going to have constructor public account service of type account service, and then we can access to that user dollar inside our navbar.component.html, and we can subscribe to that inside here directly. But before trying to show these steps, I would like to show you how to subscribe to user dollar. So at this stage, we know that we have the user dollar, especially when we are setting the this.set user. So I'm going to go to this definition, and over here, after we have set the user source, so we can subscribe to user dollar. And the way we do is this dot user dollar dot subscribe, and then we are going to have the next value and response. And I'm going to console.log the response in order to show you how to subscribe to user dollar. So if I try this and I save everything, and I'm going to remove this console log from my login.component.ts as well, because I don't want to mix this with another console log that we already have. So we have commented out this console log, and inside account service we have added this.user dollar inside our set user. And if I try to log in, then this is the response that we receive from this console log. So this is how we can access to this.user source by subscribing to user dollar. And we're trying to do the same inside our navbar.component.html. And we try to achieve the same thing inside our navbar.component.html. How do we do that? First of all, we need to inject the account service as a public. And then inside our navbar.component, we want to hide the create account and login button if the user has logged in. So I'm going to make a use of ngif, and then inside parentheses, I'm going to have account service dot user dollar, and I use pipe, and I use async. And then if this is null, then try to display this UL tag for me. So as soon as I save, let's see what happens. So at the first time, we don't have the user object. So I'm going to remove my console log. I'm going to log in one more time. And as soon as I log in, then we're going to have a user object. Then we're going to have that user inside our user source. So that login button has gone because we are trying to check if the user dollar is null. If it is null, then display this UL tag for me. But since we have logged in and we have populated that user source by this line of code, and we're trying to subscribe to user dollar the same way that we have done over here for the demo, we're trying to subscribe to that and we're trying to retrieve the value from that. So it's going to have some values. That's why this is not become null. And if this is not null, then it doesn't show this based on this if condition. So I try to demo this, how we can achieve our user by subscribing to user dollar. And this line of code for subscribing to the user dollar is exactly done by this line of code inside our navbar.component.html. So inside our HTML, we use from this, but inside any TS file, we use from this type of code. So I'm going to remove this from my set user because we're not using that and it was for demo purpose. And then I head back to navbar.component.html. And then I'm going to add another div tag. So just below my UL, I'm going to have div dot. And then inside here, we are going to check if the user dollar has some value. So the way we do, I copy this and I paste it down here. And instead of equals to null, we try to check if the user dollar has some value by this type of if condition. And then we can retrieve the response type by storing into a custom variable, the way we do by typing as user. And then we're going to have a tag dot, and then I'm going to remove the href and instead we are going to use a style. And then I have text decoration as none and cursor pointer. And inside my a tag, I'm going to have a hide and I have a span of class h3 text warning. And I'm going to have user dot first name. And I'm going to use a pipe as title case. So if I try to reformat, and I'm going to bring this down. And underneath of this, we are going to have another A of class btn secondary, and ms2 to have a margin start of 2. And then we have a click and logout, and we name it as logout. So just underneath of UL, we have another div, and in this div, we are trying to do exactly the opposite of this one. So if the user has logged in, we try to display these two A tags, and one of them is hide the first name, whoever the first name is, and then we are going to have another button for the logout. So whenever the user would like to log out from the application, and we have to create this method inside our navbar.component.ts. So I'm going to create that over here. So the error has gone, and let's try our application. So I save everything and I try to log in. This time I'm going to log in with something that has some proper name. So I try to log in with JSmith. I copied this into my clipboard and then I paste it over here and I try to put the correct password. And as soon as I log in, I can see hi John and log out. But if I refresh my page, then we have lost our user. So we're going to deal with a refreshing page in the next video. In this video, I'm going to solve the issue that we are having at the moment whenever we refresh the page. So for now, we have saved the user object inside local storage. So if I try to open my local storage from the browser, so I navigate to storage, and inside local storage, inside this, I have identity app user. And this is exactly the key that we have specified inside our environment.ts, identity app user. And this has a string of value. So whenever the user is trying to refresh the page, the local storage remains the same. So we can access to this local storage inside our Angular application. And if this local storage does exist, then we can populate our user source based on whatever we are receiving or retrieving from the local storage. So first of all, we need to get a JWT from the local storage. So just above set user, we're going to have get JWT, and inside here we have const key and is local storage dot get item environment dot user key. So based on this key, if key is not null, then we have const user of type user is JSON dot parse key. So we are trying to convert the string of values into an object of type user and store it into user. Then we can return user.jwt, and for the else we can return null. So over here we try to stringify the user, but over here we try to do the opposite. From the string we try to get the object. So that's exactly the reverse of this functionality. And whenever the Angular application gets started, the very first thing that you can think of as a main function, if you're familiar with other programming languages, so is the inside app.component.ts. And over here we try to do implements on init, and I fix the issue by implementing the interface. And over my ng on init, I try to call this dot refresh user, and we need to create this function just below here. So we have a private refresh user, and then we're going to get the JWT. So I say const JWT from this dot account service. So I need to bring my account service. So just above here, I'm going to have a constructor and inject my account service. So I say private account service of type account service, and I put the curly braces, and then I say this dot account service dot get JWT. And if JWT is not null, then try to call another function from account service. And I need to go back to my account service and I create that function. So just above my login, I'm going to have a refresh user, and this is expecting a JWT as a string or null. And over here, we check if JWT is null, then just empty out the user source. So we say this dot user source dot next null. So basically we're setting null into the only element that is available into user source, and then return an observable of, so we need to bring off from rxjs. So I click that undefined. If the JWT is not null, then try to do the following. So we say let headers is new HTTP headers. So we need to bring HTTP headers from at Angular comment HTTP, and then we say headers is headers.set authorization, comma, bearer, and we need to provide a space plus JWT, and then we say return this.http.get, and we expect to receive user as a return type. That's what we provided inside angle bracket. And then we try to call our API endpoint, and we try to use from backtick, then $environment dot API URL /API account refresh user token. And that's exactly the same as we have specified over here. So inside my API project account controller, and we have one endpoint, and that is authorized, and that the name is refresh user token. And since it is authorized, it is expecting to receive a JWT token. That's why we have provided the JWT inside authorization header with bearer and with very important space. So if we don't put this space, then this doesn't work. And then after here we have the headers, and we are going to make a use of pipe and map function once again. And then inside another parenthesis we have user response of type user, and we have a callback function if user, then this.set user, and we pass the user. So this refresh user is trying to call the API endpoint of refresh user token, and it tries to pass the JWT inside the authorization header, and from the response value, which is the user of type user, then it tries to set the user. That's exactly the same thing as we did for logging. So we used from pipe and map, and we have called this.set user. And this.set user is trying to set the user into the local storage and also populate the user source. So with all this, then I head back to app.component.ts. And if we have the JWT, then we say this.account-service.refresh user, and we pass the JWT and we try to subscribe. And then for the next, since we're not returning anything, so I put underscore, and then we have just empty curly brace. But for the error, if we have receive some error from the API, then I'm going to call another method inside account service, which is logout. So this is going to be this.account-service.logout, and we don't have that method at the moment. So I copy logout into my clipboard, and then inside account service, just below logging, we have another function called logout. And then inside logout, we have local storage dot remove item environment dot user key, and then we are trying to set the user source to null. So we say this dot user source dot next null, and then we have this dot router, and we need to bring the router inside our constructor. So I'm going to have private router type router, and just inside my logout we are going to have this dot router dot navigate by URL and navigate the user to the home page, or the default page basically. And then if I head back to my app.component, then the error has gone. And I'm going to remove this title inside my app.component because we're not using that. And just to finish off this video, then inside else we have this.account-service.refresh user, and we pass now to the refresh user method inside account service, and we try to subscribe. Then I open navbar.component.ts, and inside my logout, I'm going to call this.account-service.logout. And then I save everything and I try my application. So I open my browser and I log in with a proper user. Then I can see hi John over here. And as soon as I refresh, then hi John will persist. Because we have tried to retrieve the JWT from local storage and then try to call the refresh user endpoint over here. And this endpoint is going to call API account refresh user token, and it passes the headers with the authorization bearer to our API endpoint. And over here we are trying to return a user DTO from here as well, which contains a new JWT. And after that we are trying to set the user one more time. the same as we have tried inside login. So that's how we have persisted the user even though the user is trying to refresh the browser. And if I click on logout, then I'm going to remove my local storage, and as well as I empty out my user source over my account service. So I'm going to set null into user source, and that user dollar will not contain anything and will contain null. So inside my navbar, then this condition won't work because the user dollar is null by this type. And then we are going to see create account and login. So I'm going to log in one more time. And this time I would like to navigate the user back to the home page if they have logged in. So right now it stays inside the login component, but I would like to navigate back to the home component. So the way I do, I open my login.component.ts, and inside here, instead of this comment, I'm going to have this router.navigate by URL, and I pass to the home component. And also I would like to not show the login page if the user has already logged in. So the way I do, inside my constructor, I press enter, and inside here I'm going to have this.account service.user $pipe and take. So I bring take from RxJS, and I'm taking the first element which is only available inside our user source, and then I try to subscribe. Then I put curly brace, and inside next I'm going to have my user of type user. So I need to bring user model, and the user is either of type user or not. And then I'm going to have an arrow function and a curly brace, and then I say if user. So if the user is not null, then this dot router.navigate by URL to the home page as well. So I'm going to save everything, and let's see. So my user has already logged in, so I cannot navigate to login. So even though if I try to navigate to login page, redirects me back to the home page. And if I try to log out, then I can now see login page over here. In this video, I'm going to create another controller, and the name of the controller is play, and that is only available for only authorized users. So I stop my API application and I create a new controller, and I select API and I select empty, and then I name it as play. And just above here, I'm going to set authorized. So only authorized user is available to access this controller. Then I'm going to have an endpoint HTTP GET of get players, and we have public action result and players, and then we are returning OK, new JSON result, new message is only authorized users can view players. So I need to remove object, so we don't have that. So we have only return OK, new JSON result, and the message is only authorized user can view players. And this controller is for testing purpose. In order to call this controller with our JWT token, then I restart my API application, and then I open my Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to create another service inside my play component. So I open my terminal tab and I navigate to my play. Then I'm going to have a service called play, and I skip test, and I open my play.service. Then I'm going to inject private HTTP of type HTTP client. Then I'm going to have the following method, get players, and inside here we return this.http.get, and then I use backtick, and then dollar curly brace environment. So I bring from environment.development, then .app URL, then I'm going to have /API play /get players, and I put a semicolon. And then I open my play.component.ts. Inside here, I'm going to implement on init, and I fix the error by implementing interface. Then I'm going to inject my play service inside constructor. So I have constructor, and inside here I am going to have private play service of type play service, and inside ng on init I'm going to have this dot play service dot get players, then dot subscribe, and I'm going to have next. Inside next we have a response of type any. Then I'm going to have this dot message is response dot value dot message, and I put a comma, and for the error I have error, and I just console log the error. So I need to create a message. So just above here I'm going to have message of type string or undefined, and then inside my play component .html I'm going to have a p tag, and then I'm going to have ngif. So I put asterisk ngif message. If the message is not empty, then just display the message. And if I try to save, then I head back to my browser and I try to log in once again. So I open my console log, and if I click on play, then I'm going to have unauthorized because we're not passing our JWT along with our headers. So we need to pass our JWT along with our headers. So if I open my postman, and just inside the identity app I'm going to have another folder, and I name it as play, and inside play I'm going to have a request get players, and inside the URL I'm going to have URL /API /play get players. So if I send, then I see unauthorized because we need to pass the token along with our authorization bearer. So the way we do, we need to log in with one of the proper user, and when I log in, then I'm going to save my token inside JWT. So inside my get players, inside authorization, if I select bearer token, and then I need to provide my JWT, and if I save, and this time if I send, then I can see only authorized user can view players. So I fixed this typo from here. So I'm going to replicate this scenario inside our Angular. I open my Visual Studio Code, and inside my shared folder, I'm going to have a folder called guards. So I click new folder and I name it as guard. And then I navigate to my guards. So I go back and I go to shared and I go to guards. And then I'm going to create a guard TS file. So I say ngg guard, and I name it as authorization, and I skip tests, and from here I have can activate and I press enter. So this has created my authorization guard inside my guards folder. So I open that, and inside here we no longer need to implement can activate, so I can remove this, and then I'm going to have a constructor, and inside my constructor I'm going to inject my account service of type account service, and as well as I'm going to inject shared service for displaying a notification, and then I'm going to inject router of type router. Then I open and close the curly brace, and from here we are going to return a observable of boolean. So we don't need this URL tree. I remove this, and then we can remove all this as well. So we are only returning observable of boolean, and inside my return I'm going to have this account service user $pipe to access to the user dollar, and we use from map as well. So I need to bring map from rxjs, and then inside map we have user of type user or null, and then we have if user is not null, then return true, otherwise else return false. So in order to get rid of the error message, just before returning false, we have this shared service show notification, and its success is false this time. Then we say rest restricted area, and for the message we say leave immediately. And then we have this dot router dot navigate, and then inside the bracket we have account / login. And so we try to navigate the user to login page, and then we have query params colon and return URL state.url, and we put a semicolon in order to return the URL to the login page. And then I open my app routing module, and for the play we are going to use from can activate if the authorization guard has been passed. So I'm going to comment this out, and instead we are going to have curly brace and then path is nothing. Then we have run guards resolver, and this is always. And then we have can activate, and inside bracket we have authorization guard, the authorization guard that we just created. And then we have comma children, and inside children we have, I put curly brace path and play, and then component is play component, and I put a comma over here. So basically we're trying to make only authorized user be able to click on play component. So if I save everything and if I open my browser, right now we can click on play, but as soon as I log out and if I click play, I can see restricted area leave immediately. So that means we have not passed our guards, and the guards is checking if the user has been populated. If the user is populated, then we can click, then we return true, and if it returns true, then we will be able to see the play component. Otherwise we are being navigated to account login, and we are going to receive the return URL as well. So in order to finish this tutorial, I'm going to navigate to login.component.ts. Then I'm going to have else. Then I'm going to access to the return URL that we have been passed over authorization guard. So in order to do that, I'm going to inject activated route. So I put comma and then I say private activated route of type activated route. And then inside else, I'm going to have this dot activated route dot query params map dot subscribe. Then we have next, and inside next we have params, and the params is of type any. Then we have if params is not null, then this dot return URL is params dot get dot inside single quote return URL, and I put semicolon, and I need to create return URL of type string. So just above here I have return URL of type string, and return URL is of type string or null, and I set it as null. Then inside my login I'm going to check if this dot return URL has some value, then navigate the user to the return URL. So I say this dot router dot navigate by URL and navigate to the return URL. Otherwise, so I say else, navigate to the home page. So if the return URL is not null and has been passed by the authorization, then navigate the user to the return URL. So if I try to save everything and I open my browser, so I refresh my client app, so I click on home page, and this time I click on play component, but this says restricted area, and this is containing my return URL. So if I click OK and if I try to log in, then I will be navigated to the play component because of that return URL. But we still see the unauthorization error message because we haven't dealt with passing the JWT along with our headers. So we're going to do that in the next tutorial. So in order to pass the JWT, we need to create an interceptor. So I'm going to create a folder inside my share, and I name it as interceptors. And then I navigate to my interceptors, And then I'm going to create an interceptor by using ngx-interceptor, and I name it as JWT, and I skip tests. This has created a JWT interceptor, and I open that. And inside my constructor, I'm going to inject account service. So I say private account service of type account service, and just above return next dot handle. So I'm going to have this dot account service dot user dollar dot pipe, and then we take the first element, and we need to take from rxjs, and then we need to subscribe. And inside next, we are going to have a user, and inside here we say if user is not null, then we try to clone from the coming request and add authorization header to that. Then we have request equals request.clone, and inside curly brace we have set headers. Then inside headers we have authorization and colon. Then we have backtick bearer space $, curly brace user.jwt, and I put the required semicolons. So basically we are trying to inject bearer inside our authorization inside the headers along with every API request that we are trying to do if we have user populated. So basically if the user is logged in. So we try to add this bearer plus the JWT inside the authorization headers. Then I open my app.module, and inside providers, I'm going to have a new line and then curly brace provide and http underscore interceptors, comma, use class, and the class is JWT interceptor, and we have multi true. So with this provider, we are trying to make a use of our interceptor, and for each API request, if we have the user populated or the user has been logged in, then we are trying to add the JWT inside our authorization header. So I'm going to save everything, and then I try to hit my play. Then at this time I can see only authorized users can view these players because we have set the JWT inside the headers. So if I open the network and inside my get players, if I open this, and inside my request and inside headers, if I scroll down, I can see authorization bearer and the token has been applied to my API call. So if I navigate to my home and if I come back to play, then another request has been triggered, and this API call is containing my authorization bearer, and we can hit the player controller and get player's endpoint over here because we are authorized. Open the register.component.ts, and inside my constructor I'm going to have this.accountService.userDollar.pipe, and then we take the first element and then we subscribe, and inside the subscription inside next we have user of type user or null, and we need to bring user, and then we are going to have if user is not null, then this dot router dot navigate by URL and navigate to the home page. So if I save and if I try to access to my register component, then I will be navigated back to home component. And in this section, we have completed the user persistent. So I'm going to push my changes into GitHub. So I open my Visual Studio. So I stop the application, and inside my Git changes, I'm going to say, I type section 04 user persistent in Angular, and I commit my changes and I push to GitHub. In this section, we are going to implement email confirmation and email send setup. And we are going to set up our email send using MailJet. First of all, we need to create an account there. So I navigate to mailjet.com and I click on get started. Then type your email address and password and click on sign up. And we are going to choose a free plan. And then we fill up the forms and we click on next and complete order. Then you need to come back to your email and confirm your email address and activate your account. Then once your email is activated, you can click on drop down and click on account settings. And from the account settings, click on API key management from REST API. And from here, generate a secret key. And you need to copy this API key and secret key somewhere. So I copy them into my Notepad++, and then open your Visual Studio and open app settings.json. And after here, put a comma, and then we have main.jet. Then copy and paste your API key and secret key there. These are sensitive information, so make sure not to push them into GitHub, or if you're pushing to GitHub, then you need to destroy those. Or you can use from user secrets and have your mailjet API key and secret key in your secret key. The way you can do is by right-clicking on API and click on manage user secrets. Then in this case, you're not pushing your secrets into GitHub. And I'm going to destroy my secret key once I finish this section. And the way you can do is by clicking on the cognito icon, and then you can click on reset key, and you can type reset and reset your secret key. So it depends on you, whatever you're trying to do, but make sure not to send your secret key into your GitHub, or at least destroy the secret key that you have pushed to the GitHub. Otherwise, any other user can use from your secret. And then just above mailjet, we are going to have another section called email. And from is the same email address that you have signed up for your mailjet. So I have used from identityapp546@gmail.com. Then application name, and I name it as identity app. Then confirmation email path, and then we have reset password, and these two are going to be used inside Angular. But since we're here, we're going to type here anyways, and we need to put a comma over here. So you need two sections. One is the email and one is the mailjet. And the mailjet has API and secret key, and your email has from application name and confirmation email path and reset password. And this is confirm email path. So make sure this is confirm email path. And after that, you need to install mailjet Nuget package in your API project. So right click on API and manage Nuget packages. Then search for mailjet and choose mailjet.api version 3. So I'm going to choose mailjet.api, and the latest version is version 3. Then I'm going to save everything, and I close Nuget package and as well as app settings. Then open the services folder and create another class, and we name it as email service. And inside your email service, we have a constructor, and inside the constructor, we are injecting our configuration in order to get access to the app settings. Then I initialize my config, and we are going to have a following method, and we have public async task of type boolean send email async, and this is receiving an email send DTO as a model, and we need to create email send DTO. So inside my DTOs folder, inside my account, I'm going to have another class, and I name it as email send DTO. And inside here, we have property of string to and property of string subject and another property of string body. And I put my cursor in email send DTO and I control dot, and then I select generate constructor dot dot dot. Then I select OK. So in this case, we are going to have a constructor to initialize our properties. Then I navigate back to my email service.cs, and inside here we are going to have mailjet client. So we need to bring mailjet client, and this is coming from mailjet.client, and then we name it as client is new mailjet client, and we need to give the API key and secret key. So we have config, and inside bracket we have mailjet colon API key, and we put a comma. Then we have config and mailjet colon secret key. So make sure you don't have any spelling mistake here, so otherwise it doesn't work. So you need to make sure that the spelling is exactly the same as you have specified over here. So mailjet API key and mailjet secret key. Then I need to bring my email send DTO, and after here we are going to have var email is new transactional email builder, and we have dot with from new send contact, and we have config email from. So that's the from email address that you have specified over here, email from, and this is going to be the same email address that you have created your mailjet account. And we put comma, then we have config email application name, then we have dot with subject, and we have email send dot subject, so the subject that we receive from our model. Then we have with HTML part email send dot body, and then we have with to new send contact, and then email send dot to. Then we have build, and we put a semicolon. Then we have var response is await client dot send transaction email async, and we pass the email. Then we have if response dot messages is not null. Then we have if response dot messages, and in the index 0 dot status is equals to success, then return true, otherwise we return false. Then you need to open program.cs and provide your image service as a service over here. So just below JWT service, we are going to have another builder.services.add scope, and we provide email service. And then I open my account controller.cs, and inside here I'm going to inject my email service and as well as configuration. So I have email service, and I name it as email service, and then I initialize the field, and I'm going to have configuration, and I name it as config, and I initialize this as well. Then I head down to register endpoint, and we no longer are manually confirming the email, so I remove this line. So make sure email confirm is true as removed. And I'm gonna comment out my return. Just before my return, I'm going to have a try and catch, and I have an exception here, so I need to bring exception. And for any exception, we have a return bad request, and we have failed. And then inside my try, we have if await send confirm email async, and we pass user to add. And if this is true, then we are going to return a OK. So I cut my commented code, and then I paste it over here, and I remove the comment part. And instead of this message, we are going to tell your account has been created. Please confirm your email address. So instead of you can log in, we say please confirm your email address. And we need to create this private method. So I copy this, and I head down to my private helper methods, And over here, just below here, we have private async task of type boolean, and I paste send confirm email async. And then this method is receiving a user object, and we name it as user. And inside here, we are going to create a token using user manager. So we say var token is await user manager dot generate email confirmation token async, and we pass a user. And then we have token is web encoders dot base URL dot base 64 URL encode. And then inside the parentheses we have encoding, so we need to bring encoding from using system.text dot utf8 dot get bytes, and we pass the token. And we have var URL is we are going to use from string interpolation, so we put $sign and double quotation. And inside here we have a curly brace, and we have config, and inside my config we have JWT colon client URL. Then after my curly brace we have forward slash, then we have another curly brace, and we have config, and inside bracket we have email colon confirm email path. So make sure don't have a spelling mistake, or otherwise copy and paste from here. So I copy confirm email path, and I head back to my account controller and I paste it over here. And then after the closing square bracket we have comma, and we have token equals, then I put another curly brace, then we have token, and then after here we have and email equals, then we have another curly brace user dot email, and then we close our string interpolation by putting a semicolon. Then we have var body is, then we use from another string interpolation, so we have p tag, and we end the p tag right here, and just inside our p tag we have hello, and then comma, and then colon space, then we use from curly brace user dot first name and space, then another curly brace and user dot last name, then we add plus, and then we have string, and inside string we have p tag, and we close the p tag. Then we have please confirm, and then we have a plus, and then we enter, and in a new line we have string interpolation, and we have a p tag, and we just close the p tag right away because we don't want to make an incorrect HTML code. There is no IntelliSense in here, so make sure do not create any incorrect HTML tag. And after here we have a href, and then I close my a tag. Then we have a plus, and inside a new line we have another string, and inside a p tag we have thank you, and then inside another string interpolation we have a br, and then inside a curly brace we have config, and inside the bracket we have email colon application name. So I go back to my app settings.json, and I copy application name, and I head back to account controller and I paste it over here, and then I put a semicolon to close my body. So anytime I was using any C# code, I use from dollar and quotation, so that's called string interpolation. But anytime that I'm using a simple string, so I use from double quotation. And this is the email that we are going to send the client. So by saying hello first name last name, please confirm your email address by clicking on the following link. And this is a tag, and inside the a tag we have the URL that we have created over here, and the URL is containing the client URL. So if I go back to app settings.development, So we have client URL. This is the client URL. And forward slash, then we have email confirm email path. So my confirm email path is account and forward slash confirm email. And then if I go back, then we have question mark and token, and we pass the token and as well as the email address. So this is going to be the URL that we are passing along the email that the client, that the user is going to click. And once they click, they will be navigated to the Angular site and they are going to confirm the email from there. And that URL is containing the token and as well as the email address. And after here, we have var email send is new email send DTO. And we are making use of the three argument constructor that we created. So we have user.email for the to, and for subject, we have confirm your email, and then and for the body we pass a body. I put a semicolon, then we return await email service dot send email async, and we pass the model. So our send confirm email async has been completed. Then I go back to register endpoint and we have an error message over here. If I hover over here, it says not all code paths returns a value. So that's complaining from here. So I need to copy my bad request and I paste it down here as well. So the error has gone. And I'm going to start my API application and I open Postman. And inside my account, I'm going to register with a user account that I haven't registered inside my application. And this time we are going to put a valid email address that we can access to. So I put, and if I send, then I can see your account has been created. Please confirm your email address. So if I navigate to this email address, then I have received an email from Identity app. And if I click, I can see, hello, John Smith. Please confirm your email address by clicking on the following link. And if I click, then I have the URL of my Angular, localhost colon 4200 forward slash account confirm email. And we have a token. And this is the token that we have generated. And as well as we have the email address. So we're going to handle confirm email next. Okay, let's complete confirm email endpoint. So I stop my API application and just below my register, I'm going to have another endpoint and I name it as confirm email. So we have HTTP put and we name it as confirm dash email. And we have public async task of I action result and then confirm email. And this is taking confirm email DTO and we name it as model. So we need to create confirm email DTO. So I copied this and inside my DTO's account. So I'm going to create another class and I name it as confirm email DTO. And inside this class, we have a property of string token and as well as string email. And we are going to use from data annotation, so we'll put required on top of both. And for the email, we are going to use the regular expression. So I open register DTO and I copy this regular expression and I come back to confirm email DTO and I paste it down here. And then I navigate back to my account controller, and inside my confirm email, we are going to have var user is await user manager dot find by email async, and we pass model.email. So we are going to fetch the user using user manager find by email address. And then we are going to check if user is null, then return unauthorized, and we say, and then we are going to check if user dot email confirm is true, then we return bad request and we say your email And then we use try and catch block once again. And inside my try, we have var decoded token bytes is web encoders dot base64 URL decode, and we pass the model dot token. And then we have var decoded token is encoding dot utf8 dot get string, and we pass decoded token bytes. Then we have var result is await user manager dot confirm email async, and we pass the user and decoded token, and we check if result succeeded. Then we return OK, and inside OK we are going to have new JSON result. And if the result is not succeeded, so we return a bad request, and we say invalid, and we copy the bad request and we put it inside our catch also. So why are we using try and catch? Because this confirm email might throw some exception if the token is invalid or the user has provided some invalid token. For example, the user has removed some of the characters and try to confirm their email using this URL. So that's why we have put inside try and catch. For any exception, we say invalid token. And you might wonder why we are encoding and decoding the token. So inside our send confirm email async, we are trying to create a token using the user manager. And that user manager is creating a string of token. But we are converting our token into base URL in code. And this base URL in code is taking a byte array. So we are converting our token into a byte array and converting that byte array into base 64 URL encode. Basically, we're trying to encode the token, and we try to encode the token on the way back to the client, and we try to decode the token on the way back to the API. So inside here, we try to use from decoded token, and we use from base URL decode, and this is taking a string of input, and that one is our model.token. And then we have decoded token using encoding.utf8.getString. So this decoded token has been converted to byte array, and then from here we are trying to retrieve the token by converting the byte array into a string. So basically inside send confirm email async, we try encode the token. So this token has been encoded, and once we receive the encoded token from our model, we try to decode the token. And then we are making use of user manager from confirm email async, and confirm email async is taking the user object and as well as the token. And based on the token and the user object, and if both of them are valid, then the result will be succeeded. So this is going to confirm our email inside the user property. So for example, if I examine my database inside ASP.NET users, for example, I have created my second user and the email confirm is 0. But if this is succeeded, then it is going to automatically update my database, and for that record is going to confirm our email, and email confirm will become 1 or true. And if that is succeeded, then we are returning a okay response. Otherwise, we are returning bad requests. And we have put both of them into try and catch because this might throw some exception. And for any exception, we are trying to return something to the client. So I start my API application. And from the URL that we clicked over here, so I'm going to copy this into my clipboard, the whole thing, and I open my postman. And inside my account, I'm going to create another request, and we name it as confirm email. And we have the URL /API /account /confirm email. And the type is put, since we have a specified HTTP put over here. And I click on body, and raw, and I select JSON. And inside my JSON, we are going to have, so if I open my confirm email DTO, we are going to have a token and email. So we have a token and colon, then inside my quotation, I paste the whole thing and I put comma, and we have email, and I put colon and a quotation. So from this URL, I'm going to cut the email address and I paste it over here. And for the token, so we need to make sure we are only having the token. So the whole HTTP URL all the way to token equals should be removed. And as well as we have to remove the ampersand and email equals. So my token is going to be this. So make sure to have put a valid token, and I'm going to save my request, and then I'm going to put a breakpoint inside my confirm email. And if I send, then if I hover over, I can see I have my email address and the token. And if I step forward, so I retrieved my user object using user manager. And if I step forward, so it is going to check if the email is confirmed. So in this case, the email address is not confirmed. So it passed this if statement, and then it goes to the try and catch. And then we are trying to decode the token. And if I step forward, then I can see my decoded token has been converted into a byte array. And if I step forward one more time, then I can see this is the token that we have generated before inside our send confirm email async. And then this is going to check the user object and the token. So if I step forward, then I can see the result is succeeded. So at this stage, this should become 1. So if I execute one more time, I can see email confirm is 1. So it has updated my database. And then if I continue, then I can see email confirm. Your email address is confirmed. You can log in now. And if I try to send the request one more time, this time I'm going to step forward, and then I can see the email is confirmed before. And if I continue, then I can see your email was confirmed before. Please log into your account. And I'm going to manually set email confirm to false. So I say update identity app dbo.aspnet user, set email confirm to 0 where ID is, so I'm going to set the email address to false for this ID address. And then I'm going to remove some of the characters in order to make some bad requests. And I try to send. So if I step forward, then the succeeded is false because we have passed some bad token. And if I continue, I can see invalid token. But if I put those characters back in, and if I try one more time, so I can see the email confirmed. Okay, let's try to create another endpoint and we name it as Resend email confirmation link. For example, if the user has not received the confirm email and they try to resend the email confirmation link, so we provide that feature for the user. So I stop my API application and we are going to have HTTP post and we name it as resend email confirmation link, and we are going to receive an email from URL. So I have / email, and then we are going to have public async task action result. Then we have resend email confirmation link, and we are receiving a string of email from the URL. So inside my endpoint, we have var user await user manager dot find by email async, and we pass the email. And before this, we are going to check if the string is null or empty, and we pass the email. Then return bad request, and we say invalid email. Then after my var, we are going to check another. If user is null, then return unauthorized, and we say this Then we are going to check if user.email is confirmed is true. Then we return another bad request and we say your. So we do a couple of checks if the email is empty and if we're not retrieving the user or the email address is confirmed before. But if all of the checks has been passed, then we are going to have a try and catch block once again. And inside my try, we are going to have if await send confirm email async, and we pass the user. So we are making use of our private helper method once again. So that's why I have created inside a private helper method. And then if that is true or this returns true, then we are returning an OK response. So inside my register, I'm going to copy this and I paste it down here. So inside my title, I can say confirmation link sent. And then I can remove this and I make it as capital. Please confirm your email address. And if that is gone wrong, so we return a bad request and we say failed. Then I copy my bad request again and I paste it for my exception. So I'm going to try this. I start my API application and I open my database and I'm going to select everything and I can see my second account is email address is confirmed. So I try to set the email confirm to false once again because I don't want to hit my one of the checkpoints. So I set my email confirm to false and then I open my postman and I'm going to create another request. So I add a new request and I name it as Resend. So this is going to be a post. So I select post and I select URL / API account / then I open my Visual Studio and I copy the whole endpoint and inside my postman I paste it over here and I have a / and then I'm going to put my valid email address. So my valid email address is going to be this one. So I copy my valid email address and then I paste it inside my recent email confirmation and then I try to send. Then I send, then I can see confirmation link sent. Please confirm your email address. And if I open my email address once again and inside my inbox, then I can see confirm your email. Then I can see that I have received another email to confirm my email. So resending confirm email is complete. And if I click here, then I can see the same URL with some different token. But we're not going to test this token because we have tested before. Okay, now let's create another endpoint and we name it as forgot username or password. So for example, if the user has forgotten their password or their username. So we are going to handle that situation for the user. So I stop my API application and underneath resend email confirmation, I'm going to have another endpoint. And this time we are using from HTTP post and we name it as forgot username or password and we are receiving an email using the URL and we have public async task by action result and we name it as forgot username or password and we are receiving an email. Then once again I have var user is await user manager dot find by email async and we pass the email address and just above here again we can check this one. So I copy my if a string is null or empty and just above my user, so we are checking if the user has not provided the email, so we just simply say invalid email address. And after here we are checking if user is null, then we return unauthorized and we say this email address has not been registered. So I can copy the text from here and I paste it over here. And then we are going to check for the confirm. So I copy this and I paste it down here. And then we are going to make a use of a try and catch, because we are going to call email service and that email service might throw some exception. So that's why we are putting in try and catch. And then we say if await send forgot username or password email, and that is going to receive the user. If that's true, then return OK, and we have new JSON result, and we have new. Then for the title we have, and we put a semicolon. And for any false, so this is returning true or false. So if it was false, then we are returning a bad request, and we say fail. And for exception, we try to send the bad request once again. So I'm going to create this helper method just inside my private helper method section. So underneath send confirm email async, I'm going to create another private helper method. So I say private async task, and it returns a boolean, and we paste the name, send forgot username or password. And then this is going to receive a user, and then I copy this three line and I paste it down here. And instead of generate email confirmation token async, I'm going to make a use of generate password reset token. And then we are going to encode the token. And for the URL, we have JWT client URL / config email, and confirm email path should be replaced by, so I open my app settings.json, that should be replaced by reset password path. So I copy this, and instead of confirm email path, we have reset password path. And that reset password path is using another endpoint. So it has account / reset password inside our Angular. And then we have the token and as well as email inside our URL. Then I'm going to copy the body, and then I paste it down here. Then we have hello first name last name, and inside my p tag I'm going to have username colon. So I need to make a use of string interpolation. So just before here I put a $sign to convert this string into string interpolation. And then we have user.username. So in case they have forgotten their username, so we're passing the username. And then after here we have another string, and inside my string I have a p tag, and inside my p tag I have in order, and I put a plus over here. And then we have the click here as well, and we have thank you and application name. Then we have var email send, so I copy these two lines and I paste it down here. So var email, and we are going to send another email to the user. So if I navigate top, and the error message has gone, and I'm going to check this endpoint right now. So I start my API application. So first of all, we are checking if their email has been confirmed. So they have to confirm their email address. So if I examine my database, I can see the email is not confirmed. So I'm going to manually confirm my email in order to pass this checkpoint. So right now I have confirmed my email address. Then I open my postman and I create another request. So I save my previous request in order to be available here. And then I create another request and I name it as forgot username or password, and I say we are expecting to receive an email. And then inside my URL we have URL / API account, and I can copy and paste from here, forgot username or password, and then we are providing the email address. So I can copy the email address from here and I paste it over here. And this is going to be HTTP post. So I select post and I save into my API collection. And then I try to send this request. And once I send, I can see your email address was confirmed before. Please log into your account. So we have made a mistake. So we are checking if the email is confirmed. So this has to be false. And instead of this message, we can say, please confirm your address email address first. So we're not trying to send forgot username or password for any user that they haven't confirmed their email address. So this has to be checked against false. If their email was not confirmed before, then we're not trying to send the email. So I restart my API application and then I try this one more time. So I send my request and then I can see forgot username or password email sent. Please check your email. So if I open my email address, then I can see confirm your email. And if I open, then I can see hello John Smith username. In order to reset your password, click on the following link and we can see the click here. And if I head back to my account controller and inside my send forgot username or password, the subject of the email should be changed to forgot username or password instead of confirm your email. So for this email, we are sending with another subject. So if I restart my API application and if I try this one more time, then if I check my email address, then I can see I have received from identity app and the subject is forgot username or password. And if I open that, it says hello John Smith, username is this one, and in order to reset your password, click on the following link. And if I click on the link, then I can see the path is different from confirming email. So we can see reset password along with the token and all the way with the email address at the end. So we are going to finish this section by completing the reset password endpoint. So I stop my API application and just underneath my forgot username or password, we are going to have another endpoint. And this is going to be HTTP put because we are trying to reset the password. That's why we are using from put. And put means updating. So we try to update the password and we name it as reset password. And then we have public async task by action result and we name it as reset password and we are receiving a reset password DTO and we name it as model. So we need to create a reset password DTO. I copy this and inside my account folder, I'm going to create another folder and I name it as reset password DTO. And inside my reset password DTO, I'm going to have token, email, and new password. So I can make use of copy and pasting. So inside my confirm email DTO, I copy these two properties and inside my reset password DTO, I'm going to paste those as well. And after here, we are going to have property of string new password in case the user has tried to reset their password. And this reset password is going to be required as well. So we put required attribution at the top. And then we are going to check the minimum and maximum length of the password. So if I open my register DTO, then we are going to copy this and inside my reset password DTO after here we are going to paste it over here. So we can say new password must be at least 6 characters and maximum 15 characters. And then I head back to account controller and we are going to have var user is await user manager find by email async and we pass the model.email and if user is null then return unauthorized and we say this email and we are going to check if user dot email confirm is false, then return a bad request. So this has to be double equals, and we say please. Then we are going to make another try and catch. And then inside my try, I'm going to borrow some code from confirm email. So I copy all these line of codes, and then inside my reset password, I'm going to paste those over here. And then we are going to decode the token. And for the result, we are going to make a use of reset password async. So we try to make a use of another function from user manager, and that is reset password async. And this is expecting to receive a user object token and as well as new password. So we have provided user and token, and then we can say model.new password. And if the result is succeeded, then inside title we can say password reset success. And inside the message we can say your password has been reset. And for the bad request we can say invalid token, please try again. So I copied this, and for any exception I have the same message. Then I'm going to try this endpoint. So I start my API application and I open my postman, and then I'm going to create another request, and this time we name it as a reset password, and this is going to be HTTP put. So I select that and we provide the URL and /API account /reset dash password, and inside body we select raw and JSON. Then we have a token and we have email and we have new password. Then I open my browser, and when I click here, we can see localhost 4000 account reset password. So I copied the whole thing into my clipboard and I paste it inside my token. Then we cut the email part and we paste it inside the email section. And then we are going to just provide the token. So I remove all these from my URL. So make sure only you provide the valid token. So you need to delete the equal sign as well. And as well as at the end, you need to remove the ampersand and email equals. So everything should be removed, and this is a valid token. And for the reset password, I'm going to reset it to 654321. Then I'm going to add a breakpoint over here, and I try this endpoint. When I send, I can step forward. So my user has been found and the email is true. And then if I step forward, I'm going to decode the token, and inside my result, I'm going to pass my user and token and the new password. And then if I step forward, then the result is succeeded. Then if I continue, I can see password reset success. Your password has been reset. And I'm going to save this request into my postman. Then I try to log in the user with the new password. So I copy the email address inside my login, inside the body. I'm going to paste that over here. And if I try with the old password, then I can see invalid username or password. Then if I put the correct password, then I can see the proper result. So at this stage, we have completed this section and we are going to push to the GitHub. So I stop the API application, and inside my Git changes, I'm going to make a following comment. Section 05, email confirmation, comma, reset password email, complete. And I commit all my changes and I push to GitHub. But before pushing to the GitHub, make sure you're not pushing your API key and API secrets. So these are sensitive information. But if you're still pushing to the GitHub, you need to reset the secret key. And that's how I showed you earlier. So if you navigate to the Mailjet and inside your account, you can click on this icon and click on reset secret key. So I'm going to click here and then I select reset. Once I selected reset, then the old secret key has been destroyed and I have a new secret key. Or you can make a use of user secrets. And if you open your Visual Studio, and if you right click on API, and you can click on manage user secrets. In that case, if you provide your API key and secret key over here, then you're not pushing those into your GitHub. And that was the end of this section. Okay, now let's handle the client app for email confirmation. First of all, I would like to create a folder inside my models, and I would like to name it as account. So I right click on models and I click new folder and I name it as account. And then I would like to drag all these 3 files and move them to the inside my account folder. So I select move, and then we're gonna have some problems. So let's fix those problems. So at first we have a problem inside account services. So if I open my account service, and then we need to update the model. So we need to put account and /. Then the error has gone. And also we need to fix the register component.ts. So if I scroll up, and we need to put account and /. So if I come back to my account service, then we need to fix this, and we put account and /. And if I save all, then we still have some problem inside authorization guard. So if I open my authorization guard, then we need to fix this issue as well. And if I save, then the last thing is login.component. So I open login.component and I put account and /. And all the error has fixed. So the reason I did this, because inside my API, we have details and we have created a folder representing our controller. So I would like the same inside my Angular. So we have models, and account is representing all the models inside my account module. Then I open my database, and if I select everything from identity app, so basically I'm going to drop all these records because I don't need them. So I'm gonna use delete from identity app ASP.NET users. So if I select this, then 6 rows have been affected. So if I select everything, so we don't have any users inside our ASP.NET users. Then I navigate to my browser and I try to create an account. And when I create an account, I can see account created, your account has been created, please confirm your email address. And if I select OK, then if I go back to my email address, then I can see I have received an email 0 minutes ago. So if I open this, then I can open the link by clicking here, and then we can see not found works. So basically this path has not been assigned, so that's why we see not found component. So right now I'm gonna fix not found works, and I'm gonna just fix a not found page. So if I open my Visual Studio Code and inside my shared, then we have components, then we have errors and not found. And if I open my not found.component.html, then inside my p tag we have not found, and we can have a class of h1 in order to make it bigger, and then we can have a button and class of btn primary, and we can have a router link, and this goes to the home page. And if I save, then I can see not found page, and we can navigate to the home page by clicking here. So I'm going to click here once again, and then we need to create an component called confirm email, and we need to give it this path. So I open my Visual Studio Code, and inside my second tab, then I have to navigate to account folder, and I'm going to close all the tabs at the top, except we are going to open the account service and as well as account routing module. Then inside my second tab, I navigate to my account folder. I say cd src app account. Then we are going to have ngx, and we name it as confirm email, and we skip test. Then I open my account routing module, and inside here I'm gonna have another path. So I just copy this down, and instead of register we have confirm dash email, and for the component we have confirm email component. And if I save and if I open my browser, then I can see confirm email works. So we have been navigated to the confirm email component. And right now I would like to change the title of my website. So instead of client app, we have identity app. So if I open my Visual Studio and if I open the index.html, then we can simply say identity app. And if I save and if I refresh, then I can see identity app. So let's complete confirm email. And if I open my Visual Studio and I'm gonna open confirm email .component.ts. So I close other tabs and then inside here we are going to have implement on init. And for the implement on init, we need to implement interface on init. And just above here, we are going to have a constructor. And inside my constructor, we are going to inject account service, shared service, router, and activated route. So I say private account service of account service, and then we are going to inject shared service, and then we are going to have private router of type router and private activated route of type activated route. Then inside my ng on init, we are going to check if the user has logged in. So if the user has logged in, then we simply navigate back to the home page. So I'm gonna check if this account service.user dollar, and then we are going to use from pipe and take. So we take the first element and make sure to bring take from rxjs. Then we subscribe, and inside subscribe we have a next, and inside next we have user of type user, and the user might be null, so it has a type of user or not. And then we use the arrow function, and then we say if the user is not null, then this router navigate by URL to the home page. Else we are making use of activated route in order to take the token and email. So if I open my browser, you can see token over here, and all the way we have email. So we can achieve these two strings from the activated route. So that's why we have injected activated route. So in order to do that, we are going to have this activated route query params map, then subscribe, and inside next we have params of type any, and then we can console.log params.get, and inside here we have token. And I'm going to have another console log, and instead of token we have email. So if I save and if I open my browser, then if I open my console, I can see this is my token and this is my email. So we have achieved these two strings using activated route and using params. So we are going to get the token and as well as the email. And we need to pass these two as a model to the API. So if I open my Visual Studio and inside my account controller, so inside my confirm email, we are receiving a model. And if I go to the definition, then we are going to get a token and email from the body of the request. So we need to create a model inside our Angular. So I navigate back to Visual Studio Code, and inside share and inside models and inside account, we are going to have another TS file. So I click on new file and I name it as confirm email.ts. Then we have export interface, confirm email, and this is going to have a token of type string and as well as email. Then I navigate back to confirm email.component, and instead of these two, I remove these two, and we are going to have const confirm email, and the type is confirm email. So I bring confirm email from my models is equals an object, and the object is token, and for the token we have params.get and token. So the same way as I showed you for the console log, and we are going to have an email, and for the email we are going to take it from the email params inside our URL. Then we are going to call account service, and we are going to have a confirm email. So I say this account service confirm email, and we are going to pass confirm email model to that, and then we use from subscribe. And then I put the curly brace, but we need to create the confirm email method inside my account service. So I copy the name into my clipboard and I open my account service. And just underneath of register, we are going to create that model. So I paste the name, and this is expecting to receive a model of type confirm email. So I bring the confirm email model, and then inside here we are returning this .http.put, and inside my parentheses we are using backtick, and I'm gonna copy this and I paste it down here. But instead of register, we are going to have confirm -email, and we have to pass the model. So confirm email is complete over here. So after here, I navigate back to confirm email component.ts, and then I add a new line inside curly brace, and we are going to have next, and inside next we are going to have a response of type any. So if we have a response, that means the API has sent something to us. So if I open my account controller, and this is the OK message that we are going to receive, and that's exactly our response over here. So we are going to make a use of the notification that we have created earlier inside shared service. So I say this.shared service.show notification, and show notification is taking 3 arguments. One of them is success. So this is success is true because this is a success message. Then we have response.value.title, and we have response.value.message. And for the error, then we have error, and we are going to have error as well. Then we are going to say this.success is false. So we need to create this property. So I copy this, and just above here, I'm going to have a success, and we initialize it to true. So this is a property that we are going to use inside our HTML. Then we are going to say this.shared service.show notification, and this time we are showing an error message. So we say is success is false, and then for the title we say failed, and for the message we are passing error.error. And then I open my confirm email component.html, and then I remove the p tag, and instead we are going to have a div, and for the class is container text center. And we are going to have an if statement just above. So I say asterisk ng if success. If the message was success, then we are going to have a tag. So I say a class of btn primary, and we are going to give the router ring of account login, and we have the login as a value for this tag. And then underneath this div, we are going to have another div, and the class is exactly the same. So I'll copy these 2 classes and I paste it down here, and we are going to have asterisk ng if is not success. So I put a question mark and I put success. So if the success was false, then display this tag, and we have a class of btn link, and we are going to give it a click event, and we are going to call resend email confirmation link. Then inside the value for this tag, we have click here to resend email confirmation link. So we need to create this method. So I copy this, and inside my confirm email component, just down here, I'm going to create this method. And for now, we're not finishing this part. We finish this part in the next tutorial. So if the success was failure, then we are providing the user in order to resend the email confirmation link. So if I open my postman, so we have a resend email confirmation link. So that's exactly what we are trying to do. So I'm gonna save everything, and let's see. So as soon as I navigate back to the browser, then I can see email confirm, because if I open my confirm email component at the beginning of ng on init, then we are checking if the user has not been populated. So this if condition is not going through, so we are going to the else part. Then inside the else part, we are taking out the token and email from the URL, and we are going to put it inside a model called confirm email of type confirm email. And then we are going to call the account service And inside account service, we are going to call confirm email, and we are passing the confirm email. And that confirm email contains the token and email. And then we are going to subscribe. And this confirm email, if I navigate to the definition, then this is going to call our API endpoint, which is confirm email. And this is going to pass a model, and it is using HTTP put. So if I open my account controller, then we have HTTP put and confirm email, and we are going to receive the model. So if I navigate back to component.ts, and that message was success, so we are showing the success message, and we show the title and as well as the message. So that's why we have seen this email confirm. And if I examine my database, then I can see email confirm is true. So I'm going to reconfirm my email. So if I click OK, and if I refresh this page, I can see failed. Your email was confirmed before. Please log into your account. And that's exactly the same message that we are receiving over here. So if the email was true. So now I would like to do another test, and I'm going to update my user and set the email confirm to false. So I say update. So I have manually updated my database, and I set the email confirm to false. If I open my browser, and I'm going to remove some of the characters from the token in order to make a bad request or invalid token. So, and as soon as I enter, then I can see failed, invalid token, please try again. And if I click OK, then I can see click here to resend email confirmation link. And that's exactly what we have seen over here. Okay, let's have this situation inside our login. For example, if the user tries to log in, but their email was not confirmed. So we're gonna have the same, click here to resend email confirmation link. So in that case, I open my login.component.html, and inside my error messages, I'm going to have a tag of class btn link. Then we are going to give it a click event, and we name as resend email confirmation link. Then I close my A tag, and this is going to have a if condition. So I say *ng if, and I say error messages in the index of 0 dot includes. Then I open my API, and I navigate to my login, and if that error message includes, please confirm your email. So there's a typo here, so I put R here, and I save my account controller, and I click on hot reload. And then I copy this into my clipboard, and then I open my Visual Studio Code, and I paste it over here. If the error message includes please confirm your email, then we are going to have click here. So we're going to have click here to resend email confirmation link in case you didn't receive it. I'm going to create this function inside my login.component.ts. Then just underneath everything, I'm going to have this function. And inside this function, we are going to navigate to another component that we are going to create right now. So I open my terminal, and inside my account, I'm going to have a component that is called send email. And that send email is responsible for sending email. Since we have two email send functionality, and one is for resending the email confirmation, and the other one is for forgetting username or password. So we are going to create a component that is responsible for both scenarios. So I'm going to have ngx, and we name it as send email, and we skip test. So we have ngx, send email, and skip test. So this has created my send email component. And then I open my account routing module, and I copy this down, and instead of confirm email, we have send email. And then we are passing a mode inside our send email. So I have /:, and I name it as mode. Then the component is send email component. So I bring email component, and as I said, send email component is responsible for both forgot username or password or resend email confirmation link. So basically this has two purposes, and we determine of each purpose by passing the mode. Then I open my send email component.ts, and inside here we are implementing on init, and then we are going to have a constructor, and inside constructor we are having account service, shared service, form builder, and router, and as well as activated route. Okay, so I have injected all these services and as well as form builder and router and activated route. Then just above here, we have email form of type form group is new form group. And then we initialize it with empty object. Then we have submitted is false. Then we have mode, as I talked earlier, and this is either string or undefined. And we are going to retrieve the mode through our URL. And then we have error messages of type string array, and we initialize it to empty array. Then inside my ng on init, as usual, we are going to check if the user has logged in. So we try not to show this component if the user has logged in and they try to manually navigate to this component. So we say this.account service.user dollar. We use from pipe and take once again. And we subscribe, and the inside subscription we have next and user of type user or null. Then if user, then this dot router dot navigate by URL and navigate to the home page. So if the user has already logged in, then navigate to the home page. Else, we try to retrieve the mode. So we say const mode is this dot activated route dot snapshot dot param map dot get, and we are looking for mode. And if mode is not empty, then this dot mode is mode. And then we have this dot initialize form, and we're going to create this function. So just below here we have initialize form, and we have this dot email form. In fact, I'm going to do copy and pasting. So I open my register.component.ts, and inside register form, I'm going to copy this and I navigate back, and then I paste it over here. And instead of register form, we have email form, and we are only getting the email. So I remove the other three properties and we have only email, and I bring the validators. So I navigate to my confirm email component.ts, and inside resend email confirmation link, then we have this dot router dot navigate by URL, and we are navigating to account / send email, the component that we just created, and we are passing the mode, and the mode is resend email confirmation link. So this is the mode that we are going to pass to this send email. And I'm gonna copy this, and we are going to have the same navigated by URL inside our login.component. So in here, we are going to have the same. And if I open my send email component.ts, then just above here, I'm going to console log my mode. So I say this dot mode. So once we have set the mode equals to mode, then we are going to console.log that mode. So I save everything. So I navigate to my browser, and then this time I'm going to click here. So click here to resend email confirmation link. And once I click, and this is the mode that I have, console log that. And we are receiving the mode through the URL. So if I go back to my account routing module, we are saying that the mode is being passed through the URL after the /. And if I open send email.component, then we are getting that mode through the snapshot and param-mats, and we get the mode. And we check if the mode is not empty, then we set our property mode into that. and we are console logging that. So I remove my console log, and then we are going to have a send email. So send email is when the form is submitted, and we say this dot submitted is true, this dot error messages is empty error messages. So basically we're trying to do the same as we have done inside login and register. So if I open my login or register, we are trying to do the same. So we are setting the submitted to true and empty the error messages, and then we are trying, if the model is valid, then try to call some function inside our account service. That's exactly what we are doing inside send email. So I open my send email component.ts, and then I'm going to check if this email form is valid. And also I'm checking if this mode is not empty, because we have set the mode to be undefined at the beginning. And then we check if this mode includes, if includes resend email confirmation. So in fact, I'm going to copy and paste from my login.component, and I'm going to copy this. So we're not going to have any spelling mistake. So I copy this and I head back to my send email. Then I paste it here. If the mode includes this, then try to execute the following code. And the following code is this.account service.resend email confirmation link. And then we pass this.email form.get email.value, and then we try to subscribe, and I just put the curly brace, and we need to create this function inside our account service. So I copy this and I head back to my account service, and underneath my confirm email, I'm going to have resend email confirmation link. And this is expecting to receive an email of type string. Then I'm going to copy the HTTP .hoot and I paste it down here. And instead we are going to have post, and we are going to call resend email confirmation link. So I open my Visual Studio, and inside my account controller, we are going to call this endpoint. So I copy this and I head back and I paste it over here inside my resend confirmation link. And then we have / and $sign curly brace, and we pass the email. And since this is a post, we need to pass an empty object. So I remove model and I pass an empty object, because we are calling an HTTP post endpoint. So we need to have an empty object passed via HTTP post. Then I head back to send email component.ts. Then we have next, and we have response of type any. And then we have this shared service show notification, and this time show a success message. So we have true, and we have response value title, and we have response value message, and navigate the user back to login. So we say this router navigate by URL and navigate back to account / login. And for any error, so we have error of error, then I'm gonna borrow some code from my register component. So I'm going to check if errors, then put the errors inside my error messages, else just push it to my error messages. And we have covered this in the earlier lectures. So I paste that over here. So send email component.ts is complete. And now let's try to finish send email.component.html. So I open this, and we are gonna remove the p tag, and then we have div.dplex, and then we are going to have a if condition. So I say *ng if, and if we have a mode, since the mode is either undefined or it has been initialized to some string. So we're checking if the mode is initialized, then display the entire div. Then we have div, and after my div, we have a main section, and the class is form signing. So basically, I'm trying to create the same form as we have created inside my register.component.ts. So you can do some copy pasting or just code along with me. So I head back to send email component.html, and then we are going to have a form. And this is form group of email form, and class is form sign-in, and we have ng submit, and we call send email and autocomplete off. Then we have div, and we have h1, and then we have a span, and inside the span we are going to have ngif, and we check if mode dot includes. If the mode includes, so I open my component.ts, then I copy this. If the mode includes resend email confirmation link, so I head back to my HTML, and if the mode includes this, then display the following. We say resend email confirmation link. And after my div, we are going to have another div. So I put a couple of new lines, and then I'm gonna borrow some code from my register component, and I'm gonna borrow the email part. So I copy this, and I head back to send email component.html, and I paste that over here. And we're gonna fix the error messages. So instead of register form, we have email form. So I copy my email form, and then I paste it anywhere I see register form. So this is only having one input field, and that is called email. And we are basically doing some check. If the form is empty, then type email is required. So we have a name. Instead, we have email is required. And we have invalid email address. Then I'm gonna have another new lines after my div, and I open my register.component.html. And since I'm here, I'm gonna just correct this. So we say email is required. So I remove name, and then I head down, and I'm gonna borrow this two div, and I head back to my send email.component.html, and I paste it over here. So the error message is fine, but for the button, we are going to use from row. So instead of that class, we have class of row, and then I have div dot class of call6, and I enter. Then we have div dot dgrid, and I hit enter, and I cut my button, and I paste it over here. And we have btn block and btn success, and the type is submit, but the value is send. Then we copy my entire call, and then I paste it down here. And for the second button, we have type is button, and the class is danger, and the value is cancel. So in case the user has decided to cancel this action, and we have a click event of cancel. So we need to create cancel. So I copy this, and I open my send email component.ts. And after my send email, we are going to have cancel. And if the user has decided to cancel, then we say this router navigate by URL, and just navigate the user back to the login. And I believe that is enough. So I save everything, and let's try. So I open my browser, and we have a form, resend email confirmation link. So I'm gonna check my database. So I select everything from identity, ASP.NET user, and the email should be 0. Otherwise, we're gonna see some error message. So I'm going to type my test email inside here, and I try to send. And once I send, I can see confirmation link sent. And if I check my email address, then I can see I have received a new email. And then I navigate back to the browser, and I'm gonna navigate back to that resend email confirmation link. So I press back, and if I do some bad email, then I can see invalid email address. And if I try to send with not registered email address, if I send, then I can see this email address has not been registered yet. But if I try to update my user and update the email confirmation to 1, so if I execute this, and if I try to resend confirmation link once again, so I copy this, my test email account, and if I send, then I can see your email address was confirmed before. Please log into your account. And we are going to handle reset password next. Okay, let's handle reset password. So I'm gonna close all the tabs, and then I open send email components. This component is responsible for both resend email confirmation link and reset password. We are going to determine what task to do based on the mode that we are passing through the URL. So after my if statement, I'm going to have else if, then I copy this and I paste it down here. And instead, we are going to have forgot dash username dash or dash password. If that is the case, then we do the following. And we say this.account service dot forgot username or password, and we pass this.email form dot get email, and we pass the value, and then we subscribe, and I put a curly brace and I enter a new line. And then I need to create this method inside my account service. So I copy this and I head back to my account service. And just below resend email confirmation link, we are going to have pretty much the same. So I paste the name and then we are going to receive email as string. And then I can copy this line and I paste it down here. And instead of HTTP post, we are having HTTP put. And for the endpoint, we are going to have reset password. So I substitute that with reset password. And then we have / and email. And since we are using HTTP put, that's the same as HTTP post, and we have to send a model. And since we're not sending any model or not receiving any model inside our API, so we are only sending an empty object. And that is a must. So we have to send an object along with HTTP put or HTTP post. And then I head back to send email component.ts. Then we have next and response of type any. And then we have this.shared service.show notification. And we are showing a true message. And we have response.value.title. And we have response.value.message. And then we navigate the user back to the login. So I can say this.router.navigate by URL and to account /login. And for error, in fact, I'm going to put a comma and then I'm going to copy this all the way and then I paste it down here. So I remove this extra new line and this is my error. And I try to reformat, so I press Alt-Shift-F, and this has reformatted my code. And for error, we are going to do the same as we have done over here. And then I open send email component.html, and just above here, I'm going to have another if statement for span. So I copy this and I paste it down here. And then I head back to send email component and I copy this. So in order not to make some mistake, and then I head back to .html and I paste it down here. So if the mode includes this, then display another message for the label. We can say retrieve. Then I open login.component.html and inside my forgot username or password, inside the A tag, we can have a router link and we can have account /send email / forgot username or password. So I paste that text over here as well. And if I save everything, then I navigate to my browser And if I click on login, and we have a link, forgot username or password. If I click here, then we will be navigated to send email component. And we are passing this time forgot username or password. And since we are receiving that forgot username or password, then we can see retrieve your username or password as a label. So I'm gonna check my database and my email is confirmed. So in order to retrieve username or password, the email must be confirmed. So if I open Visual Studio and if I navigate to forgot username or password, we are checking if the email is false, then return a bad request. So the email must be confirmed. That's why I checked over my database. And then I head back to the browser and I'm gonna try to send forgot username or password email. So I paste my test account and I receive an error message. So if I check my API, we are using from HTTP post. But if I go back to my Visual Studio Code and inside my account service, then we are using HTTP put. So this has to be post. Then I am calling another endpoint called reset password. So that was a mistake by me. I'm going to correct that. So I open Visual Studio Code and I copy and paste the endpoint, and this endpoint is HTTP post. So if I navigate back to account service, then instead of reset password, we are going to call forgot username or password, and instead of put, we have to have post. And if I save and then I navigate back to the browser and I paste the test account, and if I send, then I can see forgot username or password email sent. So I can check my email address by coming to my email address and I can see forgot username or password. And then if I click here, then this is the link that we have to handle in this section. And we need to create a component called reset password. So I navigate back to my Visual Studio Code and inside my account folder, I'm going to have ngx reset password. And I skip test. Then I open my account routing module and I copy this down, and for the path, so I remove this, we have reset password and the component is reset password. So make sure the path is reset dash password and the component is reset password. Then I open reset password.component.ts, and in here I'm going to implement an init and I bring the interface. And then I have a constructor and I put a new line over here. Then I open send email component and inside the constructor, so we're gonna have pretty much the same services. So I copy all this inside the constructor and I head back to reset password component.ts. Then I paste those inside the constructor and I put control dot and I select add all missing imports. And then I remove this throw and instead we have this .account service .user dollar .pipe and take. So we take the first element and we subscribe. And inside next we have user of type user or not. And then if user, then navigate back to the home component. So I say navigate by URL and I navigate to the home component. And inside else, we are going to fetch the token and email from the URL. So we have this dot activated route dot query params map dot subscribe, and inside next we have params of type any, and then we have this dot token is params dot get, and we are looking for token. And I copied this one more time, and this time we have this email, and we are going to get the email address from the query params. So at the top of my component, I put a new line, and then we have reset password form of type form group is new form group, and I initialize with empty object. Then we have token of type string or undefined, and we have email of type string or undefined, and then we have submitted is false, and then error messages of type string array, and we initialize to empty array. Then I scroll down and we are going to have initialize form, and this is taking username, and our username is basically the email address. And for my form, I'm going to borrow some code inside my send email. So I open send email component.ts and I copy this into my clipboard and I head back to reset password form and I paste it down here. And instead of email form, we have reset password form, and we have email, but this time we are going to initialize our email into the username that we are receiving. So instead of initializing with empty string, I remove all this, and then we have curly brace and we have value colon username, and then we are going to set this email form as disabled, so the user cannot edit the email form. So we say disabled is true, and then we have new password as the next input and we initialize to empty, and then we have two validators. So I put a square bracket and then we have validators. So I bring validators from Angular form and we have required, and then we have validators dot min length of 6 and validators of max length 15. So basically we have three validators. One of them is required, min length and max length. And just inside my next, after here, I'm going to check if this dot token and double ampersand this dot email. So if this dot token or this dot email is not empty or undefined, then we are going to call this dot initialize form and we are passing the email address. So we say this dot email. And for the submission, we have reset password. So I create my reset password, and then I open my reset password.component.html and I remove this p tag. Then I'm gonna borrow some code from my send email.component.html. So I open that send email component.html and I'm gonna copy all this and I copy into my clipboard. Then I head back to reset password.component.html and I paste that over here. So I'm gonna do some modification to here. First of all, we are going to check if we have token and email. So I put token and double ampersand and email. Then our form is called reset password form. So I bring that over here. And for the submit, we are calling reset password. And then I remove all these two span. And for the title, we have change your password. And our first input is email, but we're not doing any validation because that is a disabled input. So we can remove all these two span, and as well as the class is invalid, so we're not doing any validation there, but the form control is email. And then I can borrow some code from register.component.html. So I open this file and then I scroll up. And then I copy the password form floating. So the entire div of my password, I copy this into my clipboard. And then I head back to reset password.component.html. And just below my email, I'm going to paste that in here. And then we fix the issues. So register form should be substituted by reset password form. And I copy this and I paste anywhere that I see register form. And the form control name is new password. So I have new and capital password. So if I check reset password.component, we have new password. So I copy this, and for the placeholder, we have new password. And then inside here, this get, and inside my get, we have new password. So make sure you paste over here as well. And the label is for new password, and we can label it as new password. And for my reset password.get, also I put new password, and we can say new password is required. And down here we can have new password, and as well as for the has error max length. And then here we can say new password must be at least 6 or 15 characters. And then I scroll down And for cancel, we can remove this. So we can directly make a use of router link and we can forward the user to login in order the user has decided to cancel. So if I save all and I navigate back to my browser, then I can see the email address is disabled and we are taking the email address from the URL. So if I go back all the way, so this is my test account and we are receiving that as over here. And if I go back all the way back here, then this is the token and we are retrieving that token and storing into our component. For example, if I don't have a token, so I remove this token and I enter, then we don't see anything since we're checking if we have a token and email address. So we can navigate a URL back to the login. So if I come back to resetpassword.component.ts and inside here, after my if statement, we can have else. Then I can navigate back the user to the login page. So I copy this and I paste it here and then we can have account login. So if I save and then we will be navigated back to the login since we don't have any token. So I'm gonna click here one more time in order to have a proper URL and then I close my second tab so we don't need that. And I'm gonna finish resetpassword.component.ts next. Okay, let's finish resetpassword.component.ts. So I navigate back to resetpassword.component.ts and then inside resetpassword, we have this that submitted is true. Then we have this that error messages is empty error message. Then we have if this that reset password form is valid and this dot email and this dot token. Then we have const model of reset password and we need to create this model. So I copy my reset password into clipboard, then inside my account folder, inside underneath of models, I'm gonna have another model. So I select new file. And then we have reset password.ts, but in fact, this has to be lowercase r. And then we have export interface and I paste reset password. And we're gonna have token of type string, email of type string, and new password of type string. Exactly the same model as we are receiving inside reset password DTO. So I head back to resetpassword.component.ts and for token we have this dot token, and for email we have this dot email, and for new password we have this dot reset password form dot get, and we take new password and we put this question mark and dot value. So we have an error message and we need to bring the reset password. So I put control dot and we can have add import from the path of the model. Then we have another error. So if I go back to reset password, then I am missing L over here. And for the new password, so I am missing A over here. And that's the beauty of TypeScript. So it just tells us what error messages we have right away. And then I put semicolon. And here we have this account service reset password that I need to create. And we pass the model. And then we subscribe. And I open and close curly brace. And I need to create my reset password inside my account service. So I copy this and I head back to account service. And underneath of forgot username or password, I have reset password. And this is taking a model of reset password. And then we have return this .http.put. And then I can borrow some code from here. So I copy all this and I paste it down here. Then this time we are going to call reset password. And we're not using any /, but instead as a model we pass the model that we have over here, And then I head back to resetpassword.component.ts. And for next, we have response of type any. And then we have this .shareService.show notification. The first is true and response.value.title. Then we have response.value.message. And then we navigate the user back to the login. So I say this.router.navigate by URL and go to the /account/login. And then I have a error. And for my error message, I'm going to borrow some code from send email. So I'm gonna copy all these 5 lines of code. Then I head back to reset password and I paste it over here. And then I navigate back to resetpassword.component.html. And inside my submit button, instead of send, we have change password. And then I save all the files. And I open my browser. So I'm going to reset my password for my test account. So I'm gonna have 654321. And if I send, so I can see an error and it says cannot find control with name new password. So if I open my resetpassword.component.ts, so I have made another mistake. So this is new password. So I put new password. So instead this has to be new password. And if I save, and I'm gonna try one more time. So now we have received password reset success, and we can see your password has been reset. So I'm gonna try with my new password. Now I can see I can log in to my test account and I can log out from that. So some explanation over here. So inside my reset password, first of all, we try to see if the user has been logged in. So if the user is logged in, then navigate back to the home page. Otherwise, we don't want to display the reset password. So we're not displaying reset password component if the user has been logged in and they try to manually paste the URL inside the browser. For example, if I'm logged in, so right now I am logged in, but if I try to go to this URL and if I hit enter, then we are redirecting the user back to the home page. So we're not letting any logged in user to access to reset password component. That's what we are doing over here. And then we are going to fetch the token and email from the query params. So I'm gonna log out this time and then I'm gonna go back to the reset password. And if I hit enter, then we are taking the token from the URL and as well as the email. Then we pass the email to the initialize form, and this initialize form is taking username as a string and it's going to populate the initial value for email based on the argument that we have received, and it is going to set the input field as disabled, so the user cannot modify this input field. That's why we haven't put any validation for this input field. So I cannot change this input field. And then we have a new password, and the new password has some validation. And if I open my new password.component.html, at the beginning we are checking if the token and email are populated. Then we have the first input and the second input is the new password. And then we are displaying the validation and then we are displaying the buttons. One of them is change password and one of them is cancel. And this has brought to the end of this section. So we are going to commit our changes. So I open my Visual Studio and inside my Git changes. So I start the application and then I have and then I put the following message: section 06 email confirmation and reset password in client app. Then I commit all and I push that into GitHub.